Oh, yes, Eddie! Ball Eddie! Good boys. Come on. Good boys. Oh, no, Eddie. Look, Eddie. Come, Edison. Yes, sir. Batter, the bowler is coming right arm over the wicket to you.
So good morning to you, wherever you are viewing this game here today. We welcome you here at Progress Park in what can be considered really beautiful conditions. Sun is shining brightly to witness the all-important game, Grenada versus Dominica, as we head down to the end of the tournament. I can let you know that Grenada won the toss this morning and has elected to bat. We are into the second over of the game. And again, played off the legs by Douglas, going to run close to the boundary. Actually goes over the rope. Grenada 10. I make it 10 without loss. We are into the second over. Conditions look really bright and beautiful for cricket. Having looked at the wicket this morning, look very hard. Good for batting, so we expect that will be a lot of runs should be scored here today. Dominica on the other end would be looking to make some early breakthrough. Moransi, he has bowled first over. Lestrade is picking up the attack. He's bowling from the southern end, or the commentary booth end. So just a little away movement from this delivery, and Douglas sort of pulling the bat inside of it as it went past the outside of it, edge. So there's two slips. Third man on the boundary, backward point, cover mid-off on the leg side, long leg, mid-wicket, and mid-on. So again, one imagine that the focus of attack will be just off-stump, just outside the off-stump. Both of these teams will want to come off with a victory here today. Dominica has been doing pretty well. Grenada has won 2 games. So just to give you an indication of the team, Grenada team for today. Down to backward square for another single to Douglas. He's on 5, it's 11. Without loss into the second over. Stephen Pascal, the captain. Jelani Joseph. Livia Charles This is actually Dominica's team. I'm reading to you here. Captain Stephen Pascal, Jelani Joseph, Livio Charles, Eschino Fontaine, Darren Toussaint, Ahmed Gilbert, Jason Vidal, Edmund Morris, Kester Lastreet, Kenneth Valmont, and Joel Durant. Again, ball strain on the pad. And Sylvester, who looks in a attacking mood, played a 2 mid-wicket and picking up his second boundary. That completes his second over, 15 without loss. Just to continue with the team, those out are Cassidy Laro and Melinga Bruni. So Dominica really looking for early breakthrough. So the Grenada team, Kurt Murray, Keishon Abraham, Rickel Sylvester. Out today is Justin John, Amir Douglas, Kevin Bartholomew, Kevin Bob, Cleveland Bartholomew, Jumal Francis, Desron Mitchell, and also out today Enoch Toussaint. And this one, Jurikan. 15 without loss into the third over. Moranse bowled him, and Moranse struck there, and a delivery that read right through Douglas as he was looking to cover up, and Dominica struck the first blow. The wicket of Douglas being bowled by Moranse, and Grenada losing their first wicket. Good blow struck there by Dominica, 15 for 1. We are just into the third over. Amir Douglas have not seemed to come on as we look at the tournament. Really has not shown the sort of form that we expect. He has not done well in the tournament. 3 runs. So good blow struck early by Dominica, picking up their first wicket. Amir Douglas bowled by Edmond Moranse, and he went for 5. So Kurt Murray replaces Douglas. Dominica will be rich hoping to make use maybe of the first 15 overs. Having this wicket have been worked on yesterday, so it will have maybe a little bit of life. But again, looking at the wicket this morning, it looks really good for batting. So really there should be no worry or no fear in terms of what the pitch offers. 2 attacking fielder in first and second slip. Grenada will be looking to win the third game, put themselves in a position to win the tournament. They will, first of all, must win the last 2 games, this one today and also tomorrow. And probably hope that Dominica is going to lose. But this game is a critical game for both teams. Quite pleasant breeze just going across the field. Edge and dropped at second slip. What a casual effort there. As that Murray pushing at this ball, taking the edge, and just went through the hands of the second slip fielder. Really probably should have made a better effort. From here, just look at how it went through his hands. It was high. So he had to get up, but really, it seems as though a catch that should have been taken. So Kurt Murray having a life. He's off the mark with 4. Ball going down to the third man boundary for 4. Yeah, another good delivery. Ball there by Moranse. Good line, seems to be extracting some good bunks off the wicket. And the bunks of that delivery that really took it over the fielder hand, or maybe I shouldn't say over, but just went through his hand, just to the left, to his left side. And 19 for 1. And Moranse picked up so far 1 for 10. Again, coming off the edge there as Murray was pushing forward. This one staying on a bit. So he probably had a little more control on this one and just set it past the second slip. And he picked up his 5th run. And that concludes the second over of Moranse. It's 20 for 1. Grenada won the toss and elected to bat. I probably dare say that any of the teams that would have won the toss would have wanted the batsman and want to look at the wicket. Probably expecting that probably the spinners may get a little bit later on in the game. But it's left to be seen. Dominica maintains 2 slips as a close catching fielders. Ball straight to gully. No addition to the score. Well, it's bright sunshine here at the Progress Park. Should have done a lot better with that full toss, Murray, but hit it straight to mid-wicket. Court Murray does have a sort of slow start, but when he gets into his zone, really has shown that he has the ability to score quickly. Okay, and a comfortably played ball lifting outside the off stump, and he was on top of it in really good position, played smoothly out to cover point. Score remains on 20 for 1. Progress Park does look a pitcher. It's Winlott under 19 tournament. And we're into the 5th day of the tournament. In this tournament, each team, there are 2 rounds, so they play each other twice. Lestrade just missing his run there. Dominica defeated Grenada in the first encounter and will be looking for a repeat performance. Lestrade again missing his run. First encounter played at the Lassages playing field. Grenada would want to turn it around.
No. One more cut.
Lastro just adjusting his run, remarking his run up. Again, good line, push into the offside. That completes his second over. He has gone for 9 in his 2 overs. He had 1 maiden. So keeping things fairly tightly. Murray's on 5, Sylvester on 10. It's 20 for 1. 4 overs completed. Morancy. He's going to begin his third over from the road end or the northern end. Yeah, have been able to keep a good line, good steady line. Just concentrating just for the off stump. Even getting the ball come back into the right-handed Sylvester, who was equal to it, and push it back along the wicket. So we have seen just a change of probably, yes, just tightening that area on the offside. So it's 2 slips of gully, square cover, mid-off, all in the circle. It's full to the bat and driven past cover. This is going to run close to the boundary. It's stopped just inside the boundary. And good running there. They were able to pick up 3 runs. So Sylvester just stroking this one, didn't seem to get the timing. And it just passed a cover fielder. And he was able to pick up 3. So he moves to 13, 23 for 1. Again, push the cover. You can see the concentration is that off stump there, off stump line, bringing the ball back into the batsman. Good line again, real tight. The batsman coming forward. Morancy would have shown tremendous ability in this tournament. Have been able to pick up some wickets during today's commentary. We'll just try to give you some more details in terms of the performance of the players, but he certainly is one of the bowlers that has stood out. He's tall and does seem to be able to develop some pace, but the good thing about his bowling that he have control. He's into his third over, 1 for 14 so far. This is driven again through the cover fielder. And again, this is going to run close to the boundary, but it will be cut off just inside. And the batsman will pick up 2 runs. And to be fair with the cover fielder, probably just had a bad bounce there as he went back to try to stop that delivery. So 2 more to Murray at the end of the over. He's on 7. It's 25 for 1. Dominica will really be hoping to pick up some early wickets. The likes of Kurt Murray and Cousin Murray have been 2 of the stalwarts in the middle for Grenada. And these are 2 batters. They will hope to dislodge very quickly. Rikel Sylvester, player who would have scored quite heavily in the local tournament, but really haven't been able to do much in this Winlott Islands tournament. This tournament's sponsored by Winlott over the last few years. Have been contributing significantly to the young players. The winners tournament are both at the under 15 level and also at the under 19 level. I think they also do give support at the senior level. So they have been playing integral part in the development of cricket in the Winlotts. They ought to be commended for their support. Without sponsorship, most of our sporting activity may not be possible. Let's straight into his 3rd over. Bent on keeping things very, very tight. Really cooling breeze continues to blow across the Progress Park facility. Again, coming off the edge, looking for the drive there. And Sylvester somewhat playing away from his body. Again, taking the edge and going just to the right of the 2nd slip. I just need to be a bit cautious. Driving. Yeah, Murray much more comfortable as he got behind this one and calmly played it out to point region. We have seen Sylvester ball coming off the edge on 2 occasions. One went through the hand of the 2nd slip, and this one was just to the right of, well, there's 1 slip, so just to the right of the slip fielder in 1st slip. So probably if the 2nd slip was there, probably could have been another matter. 27 for 1. Sylvester on 14 comes back into strike. Yeah, just a little fumble on the offside there, and they come through for a single. And Lestrade completed his 3rd over, just being a little bit short of a length outside the off stump. The batsman, giving the batsman the opportunity to play off the back foot. Ball seemingly moving away from the right-hander, so able to force it into the offside. So he has completed his 3 overs and 1 made in 12 runs, no wicket. Ramsey, who was also at 3 overs, no means 16 runs, 1 wicket, will continue his 4th over from that northern end or the road end. And Sylvester, now we are seeing the gully come a little finer. 2 slips on a gully, he now into a catching position. I think it's good thinking there by the captain. Again, Sylvester looking for that big drive. No way in position. Just stood up and looking to hit again through the offside. As that ball came in, it went bouncing back to the bowler. We just need to be careful of that shot that is playing outside the off stump. Seem not to be getting across. Yeah, that's a good thinking there by Morancy.
I like that.
I think the fact that they would have just bring in the gully and the fielders just seem to probably go in a step. Yeah, they definitely seem to be a plan in terms of his attack to Sylvester. Again, down the leg side, just played just around the corner for 4. Bad line. Will be disappointed Morancy with that delivery. As you would have seen the effort to put his catching fielders in position and then just straight this one on the body, going further down the leg side. And Sylvester in play with a confident shot as he turned it down to that long leg position. So he picked up, I think, his 3rd boundary. Raquel Sylvester, yeah, he had 2 4s and actually 1 6. Again, he's driving the body, the batter away from the body, able to pick up 2 as it goes down to mid-on. But again, just seem to be struggling, looking to play that shot. Or maybe one could give the credit to the bowler. They just seemed to hold back that delivery a bit. Sylvester still was able to pick up 2 more runs. 34 for 1. Yeah, really good condition here at Progress Park. Blue skies, no hint of clouds, dark clouds or overcast cloud. I expect it to be a very hot day. Yeah, that completes the 4th over by Morancy. He had 1 for 22. It's 34 for 1. Both players look confident at the wicket. Sylvester just seemed to be having a bit of a challenge looking to play that off drive. Not moving, just standing in his position and trying to hit through the offside. And really with the weight, his body weight and the batter weight, he find himself pulling that ball down to mid-on. It's happened on 2 occasions last over. So probably need to check his movements. Try to get close to the line of the ball. And Maurice flashing outside the off stump and making no contact. Again, one of the weaknesses we have seen with some of our batters is staying away and having the body one way and just swinging the bat. You probably just need to get closer to that delivery. Would have been able to hit it down to backward point. Ball shortish delivery outside the off stump. And you can see, look at the body, there's no movement. Let's see what he does with this delivery. Again, hesitant to come across as he pushed it to cover and picked up 2 runs. Just seemed to be playing the line of the delivery and not really keen to get close to the line. Probably if he did, would have been able to stroke that ball with more fluency and probably be able to place it better. Well, he picked up 2 in the process. Stroke down to mid-off. Both batsmen on double figures. Murray on 10. This is somewhat better. He stepped out, you can see the left foot going across, and he stroked it smoothly into the offside, not being able to pick the gap. Score remain on 36 for 1. Comes off the edge and going to go fine here, beat the long leg fielder. And that he pick up another boundary, just throwing down the leg side. I think that Murray was looking to hit it a bit squarer, but just came off of the outer edge and went fine. And the long leg fielder really didn't have a chance to get across. He had to move to his right. And that ball sped across the ropes. So that completes another over. 8 overs completed. Lestrade 4 overs. 1 made 18 runs, no wicket. And we got more runs, 4 overs, no made 22 runs, 1 wicket. It's 40 for 1. Remembering that Grenada won the toss earlier today and elected to bat. It seemed to be a really fast outfield. So one would think that Grenada will try to make sure they put, a solid score on the board. Dominica will be thinking otherwise. So we see they are now down to 1 slip. As Morency going to come in for his 5th over. Again, off the edge. It's a flashing drive again by Sylvester. I think what was positive about this shot is that he flashed hard. And it flew off the edge high over the slip. And the fielder down on the 3rd man boundary, saved. There's a definite plan to attack Sylvester outside the off stump, given the opportunity to drive. And with a little bit of variation, can create problem. It's a lovely shot, stroked down to mid-on for 4. What a superb shot there by Court Murray. It was all timing. As he just came forward, and as the bat made contact with that ball, it raced down to mid-on. The mid-on fielder was a bit wide. Certainly the best shot that he would have played in his inning so far. all about timing. So no change. The mid-on fielder remained in this position. Actually seemed to be going a bit wider. Good comeback delivery. This one lifting outside the off stump. And Murray looking to hit square, making no contact. 45 for 1. Grenada, we are into the 9th over. Yeah, good thinking by Morancy, just outside the off stump. Trying to indulge the batsman to go after it. And just in about that area, would you tempt one to look to play the off drive? Well, in this case, Murray allowed it to go through. Slip on a gully in position. And then a really good delivery. One lifting and just moving away from Murray. He was equal to it. I'll give him credit. He just seemed to have dropped the bat a bit. Inside it and pass outside the off stump. Again, play to gully. Good steady over bowled by Morancy. He's completed his 5th over. So he went for 1 for 27. Really has been an impressive spell. It has been a confident start by Grenada. We had 9 overs being completed, 45 for 1. And scoring rate just about 5 per over. What impressive start, even though they would have lost 1 wicket with the score on 15. But this pair continues to push along, and not that they are just batting, but they are scoring, which is important. And as I welcome my really good friend Robertson from St. Vincent. We're probably going to hear from him in a little while. But we are about to begin over number 10. Dominica, just to give you an indication of the point system. Hit down to long off, confidently. By Sylvester, he moves to 23, 46 for 1. We are into over number 10. Dominica has so far played 4 matches. They won 3. They lose 1. They are 6 points. Net run rate 1.45. So they are sitting at the top. So this is really an important game for Dominica today. Grenada also played 4 matches. They lost 2. They win 2 games and also lost 2. And they had 4 points, 0.86. St. Vincent played 4 matches. They had 2 wins and 2 defeats. So as we look at the stats, pretty close. 1.29 and St. Lucia 4 matches. Win 1, lose 3, minus 0.99. And certainly we look at the point standing, it's pretty close. So still there's a lot to play for with these last 2 games to play. Hit down to mid-off by Murray. Pick up another single. It's 47 for 1. very interesting reading the point system as I welcome Robertson with me this morning. Good morning.
Good
welcome.
morning, Mr. Crony. How are you?
So good for the time being.
Yes, very interesting. I think today, as Dominica's captain Stefan Pascal pointed out, today is the most important day in the match. There are so many calculations that can be done when you look at the current point standings. It makes very interesting. And those two Grenadian batsmen out there, looking that they intend to really cash in on looking at a pretty good pitch at Progress Park. What happens if Grenada wins? They would go up to 6 points. What happens if St. Lucia wins? They would go up to 4 points.
So there's certainly a lot to play for from all the teams. Probably only St. Lucia that probably, in a sense, just goes in there. And
that one was punch off the back foot. It looks the wicket is a bit on the slow side, for he was into the shot a bit early than he wanted. But conditions are should I say, tailor-made for batting. I must give kudos to the ground staff and the organizers. From what I've seen to date of the three grounds played to date, La Sagesse and Progress Park looks at the top of the table.
Yeah,
Tantin is not that bad, although we had a very interesting experience at Tantin. But Progress Park, last time I was here, was in 2014 for Winlott and the 15 cricket. Although I've been to Grenada a number of times since then. But Progress Park looks like the Progress Park of old, grassy, a fast outfield, a wicket. If the bowlers bend their backs, they will get something out of it. And the batsmen, if they apply themselves, can get runs.
well, the truth is, Progress Park and La Sagesse are two venues, and that were practice venues for the World Cup 2007. So extensive work has been done in these two venues. So one would think coming after the stadium, you will look at the next best cricket grounds, La Sagesse and Progress Park. And I agree with you that the Progress Park this morning is looking in really top condition. They would feel fully grassed. Again, these venues, they have 4 strips. And you'll see that strip this morning looked very hard and probably going to be a bit friendly to the batting. But what has been happening importantly as we look at the tournament so far, we would have found that the batsmen look more at home with the faster stuff.
Yes.
But as soon as the spinners come on, really you see at different
at sixes and sevens. Well, that's a fine shot, but go straight to cover point. We have a number of young batsmen. Some of those that people would say are the more talented at the top of the pack have not really come good. Theo Edward of St. Lucia, he only had a top score to date of 32 in the last game. Stefan Pascal Dominica, who scored a classy 60-odd in his previous game. I think in terms of talent, these two batsmen are at the top of the pile, but they have not really come good. It is only glimpses. What is most noteworthy, when I interviewed Stefan at the end of the last game about the adjustments, he said, well, it was just a matter of making some minor adjustments, which I find it shows that he's thinking as a young player, he's engaging in self-analysis, which is important. But before you comment, something that has been bothering me. Our batsman settles at the wicket, but their stance, their trigger action doesn't take them across. And even the batsman facing there, Sylvester, he looks to drive through the covers. But he thinks he has gotten his left foot across, but his left foot is pointing straight down the wicket at the other end, and his bat is flashing towards the covers. It is something I think our Caribbean coaches really need to look at to correct, because our batsmen have adopted that so-called pitcher stance at the wicket, and they are not getting across to play the ball. They're flashing away from the body.
So we're into the 11th over, 49 for 1. Fontaine is the one that has picked up the attack from Moranse, from that northern or road end. Yeah. But I wanted to agree with you fully. We now have Grenada's 50, 10.5 overs. Yeah, I fully agree with you, and I made a point earlier in that we haven't been seeing our batters get close to the line of the ball. They stand where they are and flare the bat at the ball. We have seen Sylvester in particular, a couple of edges go over the slips. One actually went through the hand of the second slip. Yeah. And from both ends, we have seen that has been happening. And I think this is of concern, as you rightly say. It's the end of the 11th over, 50 for 1. As you rightly say, this is of concern, getting close to the line of the ball, because there's no way you would be able to get power one. You probably would be get placement, because you're not in a position to control it when your body weight, the whole aspect of biomechanics. Yeah, your body is here, and just your hand over there with the bat. You cannot get this out of control. I think it's an area that batters probably need to look at going forward. But I also want to hasten to see here that, as you said, looking at the wickets that we have been playing on here, all 3 wickets include this wicket here, looks good for batting.
Yes.
We have not seen any misbehaving of delivery or so forth. The wickets are generally good for batting, and we found that yet our top batters have not done well.
Yeah,
It's of
I think
concern.
it's a matter of mindset, how you apply yourself. It's a matter of preparation. I'm never happy with young batsmen playing T20 cricket, because in my opinion, and the batsmen I've spoken to, who I won't call names, said that if you have not mastered the basics at the longer version of the game, you will find it difficult to perform at the T20 level. And if you watch them at the 50 over, which calls for aggression, which calls for patience, which calls for the ability to turn over the strike on a consistent basis, and we look at a number of our young batsmen, are they doing what is needed? Yes, there's natural talent. However, natural talent without putting in the amount of practice that is needed, it becomes nothing. It's like saying, I have $1 million and I want to invest it, but all you're doing is sitting at home. The $1 million is in the bank, and the bank is charging you fees, which gradually eats away at your savings. And you're just sitting at home boasting you have $1 million, and then when you realize it, your savings has been depleted to such an extent, you're heading towards the madhouse. We need to face facts in the region. I am never one that believes where we adopted the English coaching manual. We should have our own coaching manual.
So 52 for 1. And Fontaine in his second over, actually. He has so far gone for 6. Again, very clear the focus of the Dominican bowlers, just to bowl one side of the wicket.
Yeah.
And Sylvester 26, caught Murray on 20. We are into the 12, just one more delivery to complete the 12th over.
And the 2 bowlers, we have Moranse, 6 overs, 1 for 28, and Lestrade, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. And there we see that ball just going through the legs of the mid-off fieldsman into the boundary for 4. It was a simple push.
Yeah, bad miss. Bad miss there. Full toss, which really deserved to be put away.
And then
And
compounded bad fielding.
it was not timed as effective. I think Sylvester probably would have liked. Went down straight to that mid-off fielder and picked up another boundary. 56 for 1. We had 12 overs bowled. Sylvester on 30, Maury on 20. And this partnership so far has added 41 runs and run rate at 4.67. And Fontaine, 2 overs for 10 runs. Morency, 6 overs. He had 1 for 28.
With only 1 extra ball, which is most, and it was only 1 wide, which is most commendable for the fielding side. Again, I know that the Dominican coach, Phoenix Thomas, is one who prides himself on making sure his players are well prepared and sharp. There we see another full toss bowled by Morancy at the far end and just pushed up to long off. The field we have a third man, there's a backward point, a cover, there's a man patrolling the cover boundary, there's a long off, a long on mid-wicket, a man down on the fine leg fence. And this one is just punched off the back foot by Cook Murray. Man comes off the cover boundary to field. So partnership slowly creeping up. 57 for 1. Last wicket, that of Omari Douglas, who was bowled by Morancy for 5. That delivery came back a bit as Sylvester was looking to push into the covers, but found that ball just going behind him to square leg. Again, very good conditions here at the Progress Park. So it's the middle overs, and those 2 batsmen, from all intents and purposes, seeking, how they say, to milk the cow, push the ball into the gaps, get the singles, and keep the scoring rate healthy. I know Dominica is treating this game as a virtual final, knowing it is important to the final results of the tournament. And they back themselves, knowing that they have solid lineup of batsmen. Dominica arguably have the most experienced team in this tournament. They're the better all-round team. This one driven firmly back, bowler unable to hold on to it. Easy single for the batsman. That was Toussaint who bowling from the road end. His first over cost 4 runs. 60 for 1, Rickard Sylvester 32. Cook Murray, who came in to replace Amari Douglas, is now on 22, partnership of 45, current run rate at 4.62, 13 overs bowled, 37 overs remain, and 1 extra, which is quite commendable for the fielding side. So definitely there has been improvement in the bowling, only 1 wide bowl.
10 minutes. Bat.
This one, he pushes it. It is in the air, goes up to mid off, but there's no one there.
Good boys. Keep going, man. Good boys.
St. Lucia batting at Tantine, 52 for 2.
Watch out, they come in the next 10 minutes after my over. Your mine and then mine. After the 15th over.
Playing St. Vincent and the Grenadines in round 2 of the Battle of the Saints. Oh, that's a nice firm push. Again, the two batsmen just looking to milk here, a single there, but yeah, it is.
That stroke there was, Scott Murky and stroke that they covered really, all the time it really smooth and comfortable as the stroke that was made off. Actually, had a little challenge to stop it.
You know one of the jokes when I speak to the twins, Cook and Cookson, Cookson always prides himself on being the better batsman.
They really compete against each other.
Yes, they do.
I tell you, if they would have played together, and they would have some discussion at the end of the day in terms of who did what, who did wrong, who didn't do right. I think that's just
the nature of twins.
The nature of 21 and the fact that they are so deep into the game. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of discussion, and friendly argument.
I know. I first met them. They were playing for Grenada in Winlott under 15 cricket, and I enjoy being around them and speaking to them. They have good cricket head on their shoulders. I remember one incident where they played a joke on the manager at that time. I won't repeat. And from then on, I call them mischief and mischievous. But it's important to see. Curtin has gotten quicker. When I saw him last year to this year, he has gotten quicker. And that shot is not called for. He just gave... Sylvester just gave mid-off, catch and practice. Moranci just bowling a slower one. Sylvester eyes lit up. I don't think he actually timed that ball. And it just went up in the air. And if I know this wrong, he hit it into the wind. And it just sat up there. And it was just catch and practice for Valmore, who took a comfortable catch, fingers pointing upwards. So Grenada is now 64 for 2. Wicket, that shot wasn't called for. That ball should have been punched through the covers.
So one has to give a lot of credit, I think, to the bowler Fontaine and the Dominica team. We would have seen throughout his innings in terms of how he plays the drive, how he plays the cover drive. And they have been working on the quality. Remember, the bowling from Moranci, when the two slips at the bowling bottom, and there was just this consistent method trying to draw him outside the off stump to hit the ball. And the bat
his patience.
But he wouldn't go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This was a slower delivery ball there.
He was nowhere near it.
He was real guide. The good thing about it, even though it was slower, he had to reach for it. And the fact that he was not moving was a bad way.
His feet was nowhere near to. Had his front foot gotten across, he would have that ball would have been over extra cover with power. He just flayed at it, and he's walking off, beating himself. And I'm saying, are these? I must ask, are these some of the shots they play in practice, and they are applauded? Because what you do in practice is what you would do in a match. They may say I'm being a little too critical, but we have to be critical because some of those players in the next few years may very well be representing the West Indies. And it's not to say we don't have talent. It's not to say we cannot beat those other countries. It's a matter of putting the package together, our players training. The governments probably need to start doing a bit of shake-up with some of the administrators, some of the coaches. If the coaches are not doing the work they were trained to do, probably exile them to the Department of the Redundant. Because we have the talent. It is painful, Crony. It is painful to see the depth of talent we have. Yet, instead we move upwards in the global standings. It is like there's some lead weights tied to the feet, the collective feet of West Indies cricket fraternity, and it's just pulling us deeper and deeper and deeper into the trench in the ocean.
So the players are just having a refreshment. 64 for 2. Grenada has just lost the wicket of Sylvester. Riquel Sylvester is caught by Valmont of the bowling of Fontaine, 35 from 39 deliveries. He was at the wicket just for 1 over, hit 3 fours and 1 6. And Dominica, we're looking to.
Beautiful pull shot.
Dominica, we're looking to make further inroads, but we have the two Murray brothers now. Actually, Kevin Bob is replaced Sylvester. Run rate just under 5, 4.57.
So Cook is the set batsman, so I think Bob should just do the smart thing and allow Cook to take as much of the strike until he settles it. But the wicket, when I saw it this morning, and I know you had a look at it, this wicket, it is like a batsman's paradise.
Yeah, it looks good for batting.
I think hard and
probably the only thing maybe coming on later on the day, the spinners, it might be a little roughed up. The spinners probably might be able to get something more on it.
And there's some cracking in the surface. Probably those cracks may just open up a bit when Grenada goes to bowl.
Yeah, I don't expect that. The tendency of the wicket, the crack probably wouldn't open up too much, but maybe just a little roughing, and you may find the spinners may be able to get some bite of the wicket. But again, it's still going to be good for batting. It's not the sort of wicket that's going to mash up, and the spinners would be able to do magic on the wicket, you know.
Speaking of the spinners, when Grenada bowls, I may be wrong, but I see Cook Murray being the problem factor for the Dominica batting.
Well, I must mention Bartholomew. He has been consistent. He has picked up quite a lot of wickets in our local tournament, and he's the one that would have been making a difference in terms of the bowling for Grenada. So he would be one of the bowlers they would have to look at, an off spinner. He picked up, I think, 3 wickets in the last game. He also picked up the last few games that he played, he would have picked up wickets in each of the games, and he would be one of the bowlers they are looking to, in an effort to create some problems for.
Cook Murray, I've watched him bowl at the regional level. While he may not take wickets, but he creates pressure by bowling dot balls. He creates pressure. And bowlers tend to bowl in partnership. One creates pressure, the other one takes wickets. So that's why I say...
I agree with you that Court is a key person because from the left arm, and one of the things of his bowling lately, he seemed to be making every attempt to bowl slower than he normally bowled
Yes,
before.
yes. In this
which
tournament,
obviously,
oh, that's a fine shot, but goes straight to cover. That was Cook Murray just off the back foot, getting in line and punching that square, timing it beautifully. And I agree with you. Over the years, this tournament he has bowled a lot slower. He has a lot more control. His guile is improving, which is important. And he's a pretty handy batsman. Left arm spin, right arm bat, same as the brother.
so it's Toussaint that is. It's coming from that northern end. He has so far bowled 1.4 overs and none for 6. Just to have it right. Just a little to make sure that we have the right bowler. Fontaine is one that picked up the wicket in the last over. Yeah, a little unsure there was Bob. Probably looking to push it on the offside. The ball seemingly came back a little way. Took the inside of the bat and just bounced over the stumps. Fortunate there.
Went past that leg stump, and there you see the slip fieldsman holding his head in his hands. The left-handed Kevin Bob is the first left-hander so far we have seen for the morning. First left-handed bat for the morning.
Yeah, first left-hander.
It would be now interesting to see how the Dominican bowlers make that adjustment, left-right combination.
Yeah, and we would have seen right away that Toussaint went around the wicket to the left-hander. I'm not sure it's the best method, but we have already seen the adjustment in terms of the bowlers.
And I must tell you something who we must give plaudits to. The broadcast crews. They have been doing a pretty good job in getting those images out. And also the organizers in adding a few things. You have pre-match interviews taken at the toss. You have post-match. I think Grenada has set a standard for the Winlott tournament going forward, and maybe across the wider region. Because years past at regional under 15, under 19 cricket, you don't have post-match and pre-match interviews. You know, which also helps the young cricketers, knowing that, hey, I got to face the camera, I have to answer a few questions. But that brings quality to the broadcast, and I must give plaudits to the broadcast teams and the organizers.
Yeah, I think it's something that we would have done the last few years. I think the advent of the T10 cricket, we would have seen quite a bit of that happening there. That would have happened, before and after every game in terms of the toss being spun. We'll have balls outside. We'll have the camera outside that will take all those information. And it's something that was started and which we would want to continue with. And as I said, probably the first for Winlott's tournament here. But I think it all adds. And what it does, as you rightly says, is that give the youngsters an opportunity to face the camera, to be able to speak. Not knowing where they will end up, they probably might end up at the highest level. And one would want to know that when a camera is brought before them, it's nothing strange, but they are new to it.
Yeah.
So it's good that we can continue that route. And as you said, probably even from a Windows 11, make it mandatory that we have it in all our tournaments. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to speak a bit about the bowling of Fontaine. Now he goes around the wicket to the left-hander. Where you can look at him bowling. He's focused. He's concentrating. He knows what he wants to do. This is it's so important when you look at a bowler. Like, he don't just run up, but he's thinking.
Yep.
And credit has to go to him, despite his batting. We have seen that he has shown tremendous ability with the ball. And the wicket of Sylvester was a clear indication of his ability. This one was right up, and it was a slower delivery, not giving the batsman much to play with. As he came down and pushed it on the offside. And Grenada, after 16 overs, they are 69 for 2. With Kurt Murray on 25 and Kevin Bob just going into the bat on 2. The run rate at 4.31. Dominica will want to make it harder and harder. We have not yet seen the advent of spin, so interesting times ahead.
Yes, St. Lucia just lost another wicket. They're 65 for 3 in 13.3 overs. So both grounds, the score is just about on par. So it looks like, I wonder what would happen team batting first.
But what I've realized as we look at the venues when both matches are being played, the over rates just seem to be on par in terms of overs per venue. And we have been looking at what have been happening in Las Vegas, what have been happening in Tantine. And we have seen that when coming to the overs, probably just 1 or 2 here, sometimes you won't see him overs. We have seen that happen in the last game, scores of a 99 and 109. And, so I think it's good. It's credit that, we have been able to start, on time, most cases on time, and the overs tend to flow really, really smoothly according to time.
Yes, I think there's quite a bit of discipline. The bowlers being able to bowl, maintain that over rate. You could actually hear, if you're down on the boundary line, where the captains are urging their players on to get in position quickly. Even the coaches from time to time would be urging them on in case there are any stragglers. But all in all, I think the level of discipline on the field by the players has been quite commendable. Notwithstanding, there have been a few drop catches, there have been some misfields. Again, we have to look at our players. There we have Bob trying to manufacture a shot, not getting any power into it, trying to pull a shortish one from outside of stump and only got it to middle wicket. Right away, Cook Murray has called him down the pitch to have a conversation, which is another good sign. Sometimes you see a batsman struggling and his partner is just at the other end relaxing, enjoying the view and not helping him. But in this instance, Cook Murray immediately called him down and have a chat with him. And there you see he opens the face down to Lestrade at third man, gets 1. But good cricket.
So I'm happy you made a point in terms of the discussion between the wicket. 71 for 2, we have just completed 17th over. But I need to make note in both Toussaint and Fontaine, they are not very quick. But they are using a lot of guile, a lot of variation. So they're not making it very easy, and the batsman not really getting off. And you can see that they are really making a serious, committed effort to make sure that they pitch the ball in particular area. The focus has been the off stump, outside the off stump. And they are very consistent. We think about few deliveries that is going on the leg side. We look at the extras, and we realize that
extras are just 2.
Extras are 2.
In 17 overs.
In 17 overs, which gives you a clear indication that they focus, their concentration, they know what they are trying to do. And what I love is that they are not just running up and bowl, but you can see the thinking in terms of what they want to do, where they want to pitch a ball. So we see Fontaine here with just 4 fielders on the offside, really close, and that ball stroke again straight to the field at mid-off. So it's clear in terms of the plan.
Yeah.
But the discussion between the wicket, and this is something that I know, I mean, even from a player point of view, that we used to happen regularly. For instance, you may have difficulty with a particular bowler. So my batting partner will know that.
Yes.
If I have difficulty with a particular bowler, and therefore, he will want to take most of the strike. It's good to see the communication, the discussion between the batters, because even though you are the wicket, you would not see everything.
Yes, correct.
They will be in a position to see a particular bowler doing something with the ball. So it's so important to have those discussions. And you can only build on that. It can only help you to build partnership, which is so important. And I thought that Maury did the right thing there.
You wouldn't want your partner to do you like what someone told Lara that Sunday morning in Trinidad when Brett Lee was steaming in and Lara wanted to just take a breather. And someone told him something to the effect, I'm good where I am.
Yeah, it's very, very important, even though it seems to take lightly. And this is something I would always encourage, that our batsmen have communication.
Yes, there has to be communication.
And based on the ability of the players, you would know probably which one of the bowlers that a particular batsman would feel more comfortable facing. All those are things that one needs to do to help to build partnership.
He's not giving away much. Although he's coming around the wicket, he's actually targeting the stumps. You miss, I hit. You miss, I trap your leg before. You miss, I bowl you. So he's not giving the batsman that amount of room to play their shots. They have to be watchful. And another good over by Fontaine, who now 6 overs, 17 runs, and only 1 wicket. 19 dot balls he has delivered.
I am happy with what I see, what I'm seeing from him, particular. And there's a level of seriousness in which he takes whatever he does, whatever part of the game he does, and you can see he's a thinking cricketer. It goes well for his future development.
Yes. I would like to see what the Dominicans have that spinner, Jason Vidal. Been seeing him from the under-19 level. Would like to see on this wicket how he would perform. We back with Fontaine at the far end. And Cook very alert, field ball bouncing off the chest of the fieldsman, and the fieldsman very slow in going to clean up. And Murray decided, okay, I'm quicker than you, I will take the single. So again, that is keeping the pressure on the fieldsman. Good cricket.
To see it good line, keeping it tight. We have seen that both medium pieces are trying, making every effort not to let the batsman get off with any flurry of runs. They are forced to defend. Toussaint ball into 1 slip.
This one punches square. That will run away for 4. That's a glorious shot off the back foot, leaning back. And the most the fieldsman or third man can do is just go across to the fence. And the fence from the Bronx rope is quite a distance. So the timing was there. There's everything he played. This could be one of the shots of the tournament. And on the replay.
Yeah, as we look at the replay, we see here, he got across, got on top of it.
Yes.
And really hit it really well past the backward point.
Yeah.
And it flew to the boundary for a good shot. One of the few I wouldn't say bad deliveries, but one of the few deliveries that the batsman had the opportunity to take advantage
much
of.
of a bad delivery. It's just that the batsman decided he picked up the line early. As they say, you slip, you slide, you pay the price.
And he comes right back with the next two deliveries, right on line.
Yep.
Forcing Bob to defend. .76 for 2. And over number 19. His partnership just 12. Run rate 4.04. So Dominica is not allowing things to run away, still keeping the batsman in check. As a ball played down to the third man area, which was wide. I don't think he expected him to come back for 2, but really good running. So they was able to pick up 2 runs at the completion of the 19th over. Kevin Bob on 9, Murray on 27. Grenada 78 for 2. We have not seen the advent of spin. Fontaine 5 overs, 1 made 17 runs, 1 wicket, and 2 Saint 4 overs, no made 15 runs, no wicket.
I have to double check.
And
I will double check it just now.
the number 11 shot in Fontaine.
Yeah, 6.
Murray stroked this one into the cover, looking more and more comfortable. Scott Murray.
Yeah, yeah. Next side, you can't remember no with my. I said this your brother smarter than him.
79.
Batter Kevin.
Murray 28. Grenada this morning won the toss and elected to bat. On a pitch that looks really good for batting. A lovely shot. Once again, Bob played a beautiful shot through the covers for 4. Just to the right of the cover fielder there. Really good timing. Just stroked it. What was so evident here is that he moved across. So he got himself into position and stroked it past the extra cover fielder. And picking up a well-deserved boundary. That delivery just given was up just on the over pitch side, and Bob taking full advantage. 83 for 2. He moves to 13. With 6 fielders on the offside. That's where the concentration continues to be. And Fontaine around the wicket. Again wide, just over. Out caught and at cover point. What a beautiful catch taken there. As he continues, just pushing his one a little bit wider. And Bob, they looking to drive, not getting close enough to that delivery, coming up the edge. And really flew to backward point. And that fielder taken a tremendous catch, going up with both hands. And Bob Day
Yo!
falling for 13. It's really a good catch taken there. Once again, Fontaine is striking. And the catch taken there by the captain, Stephen Pascal. And that position of goalie there is probably the hardest position on the field. And you probably most time going to have your best fielder feeling that point, that goalie point position. As we look at the replay once again, ball pitched wide. And they really need to get closer, but hit it well. And Pascal there went both feet off the ground and getting his hands to it and really taking a beautiful catch. Again, all credit goes to the thinking and the bowling of Fontaine, who has now picked up the second wicket. And Grenada 83 for 3. As Cousin Murray comes in to join his twin brother, Kurt Murray. It will be important for this pair. I would think the heart of the batting is the Murray brothers. It will be important for this pair to really settle down. We are in the 28th over. Cousin Murray, as we know, is quite an attacking player. And if he gets going, certainly he'll score very quickly. They seem to take what looked like maybe a leg stump guard.
Coming right, I'm wrong the wicket to you.
Third man, backward point. A cover, extra cover, mid-off, and also a short cover. So that offside field is packed just in front of the bat. As Murray confidently plays his first delivery on the offside. And so that complete over number 20. Fontaine 6 overs, 1 min, 22 runs, 2 wickets.
Hello guys.
And Toussaint 4 overs, no min, 15 runs, no wicket. 83 for 3.
I respect 30, yeah. I'll be in the celebration soon. Let's go, JV! Oh, aling. If not these two, then who, guys?
We also had 2, 3, 4, 6 against Dominica, 7 against
Just come here. Yeah. I'm going now.
The lowest innings total in this year's competition.
You good. Yeah.
99 all out.
Let's go, JV. Yeah.
25 all out versus Dominica.
Oh, yes, Jackson.
Very interesting. I see no Fontaine of Dominica.
Let's go, JV.
Murray of Grenada.
Good boy. Let the game inside the game now.
That is the wicket keeper, 132. And Stephen Pascal.
Who Jackson? Pitch it. Come. No. Well on, Eddie.
Score to date is
Good boy.
Dominica. Remember the first game at Canteen? Scored 125 not out. But so far,
Yeah.
Fontaine now 74 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines against St. Lucia. 68 not out, Stephen.
Vidal is it that pick up the attack from that. So we've seen spin for the first time. As
Let me go, JV.
Vidal pick up the attack from that northern end. It's the left-handed Cousin Murray. And interestingly, just before you go back to the stats,
Oh, yes.
the Murray brothers, one bats left and one bats right.
Yes, he puts bats left and put bats right.
84 for 3.
Good shit.
And
good boy, good boy.
JV, there we go, JV. Ooh, JV. Yes, Eddie, yes, Eddie.
The most sixes, Esinio Fontaine of Dominica with 8, Curtin Murray of Grenada with 6, and Luvio Charles of Dominica with 5. The most fours, we're watching Vidal bowling.
Oh,
to
yes,
the
Jackson.
right-handed Cook.
Yes, Totty, yes, Totty.
Most fours, Stephen Pascal of Dominica with 20. And Esinio Fontaine of Dominica also has 20. And Devontae McDowell of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has 19. Most wickets, Cleveland Bartholomew of Grenada, you were just speaking about him. He has 12, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines captain Cody Grant has 10. The best bowling figures, no one has taken a 5-wicket haul. Cleveland Bartholomew of Grenada, 4 for 21 against St. Lucia. Kevin Joseph for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 4 for 25 versus Grenada. Cody Fontenelle of St. Lucia, 4 for 26 versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Esinio Fontaine, 4 for 27 for Dominica versus St. Lucia. And Davin Ford taking 4 for 32 for St. Lucia against Grenada. Curtin Murray has the most catch. Curtin Murray of Grenada, Stephen Pascal of Dominica, each of them has 5 catches. And Esinio Fontaine and Isaiah Jones of St. Lucia has 4.
So we see spin at both ends.
Joel Duran.
Joel Duran going to pick it up. And again, it's pushed back on the offside. So we're probably going to see here now maybe a different
diet of spin.
game going maybe a different direction.
Yeah.
One of the weak areas, as this ball is driven to cover, one of the areas we seem to have been seen is that our batsmen are fearful of coming out to meet the deliveries on the full toss. But we have already seen it here, even in this inning, ball tossed up.
Yes.
The batsmen, seem comfortable to stand at the drive, whereas you just step out, meet the ball on the full toss. And this is something we have seen in throughout the games. I've seen it in last just where batters just afraid just to make one half step. They can meet the ball on the full toss and place it. But and then, again, this one is tossed up and should have.
He's giving a generous flight,
which can be almost into a full toss.
Yes, if the batsman comes down.
But they are not moving.
Yeah. I wonder if it's because he's playing out this over to see what happens, because the bowler, the wind is pretty brisk here, so he's probably using the first over to ascertain, hey, what is happening, what the ball is doing. Is the wind changing flight conditions? What else have you before he decides, okay, I will?
I would really think it's the ability of the players to play spin or slow bowling. I continue to speak about you being able to. How many of our players do a lot of skipping? You have to have this sort of footwork to be able to step out and drive. Yes. Some of them really, it's not much movement. So basically full tosses.
This one is punch. Will it beat the fieldsman? No. And gets too easily.
And you find that they just seem to does not have the ability to make that move. So I think one, in terms of one's ability, and because of that, is lack of confidence.
Probably we should take them dancing country music.
Yeah, I mean, to you're a good dancer, you'll be able to use your foot, But that to me is one of the shortcomings I've seen with the batters playing the spin or the slow bowlers.
Yeah, and just to wrap up the stats after 4 matches to date, in the wicket-keeping dismissals, leading is Giovanni Adams, wicket-keeper of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He has 6 dismissals, 5 catches and 1 stumping. Jonathan Daniel of St. Lucia with 4 dismissals, 2 catches, 2 stumpings. And Luvio Charles of Dominica with 3 dismissals, 2 catches, 1 stumping. Overall, not bad stats, but I firmly believe that looking at the wickets in the tournament to date, there should have been more totals over 200 and more 50s scored.
Yeah, I agree with you. And our top batters, you should have probably seen a lot more from our top batters in terms of run scoring. As you said, there's only one century being scored and what, a couple half centuries?
6 half centuries to date with one.
Yeah.
And if we look at this, Fontaine has only scored 1 half centuries since he scored this 100 against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. When you look at Stefan Pascal, he only came good with 68 in the last game against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And he is one of those probably, he's been around for a while, even playing regional cricket, captain of West Indies under 19 team. He opened the battle for the Volcanoes. I firmly believe that dropping him as opening bat for the Volcanoes is not helping his game at all. I don't think. You see, sometimes we focus so much on winning that we have forgotten to
Development.
do what it takes to ensure that the holistic development of the player is ensured. We're quick to discard them. We need to look at a few things.
Oh, yes.
A bad ball there, and there goes Cook Murray, not happy with himself, missing out on what he saw as a golden opportunity for boundary.
Well, the thing about it, he pulled away from the delivery, and probably if he go the other way, he would have been in control on top of it, and place it where he wants to. But pulling away there does not give yourself much chance, one, to get the power you deserve, and also the placement.
Yes. But so far, the two of them have added 8. Curtin Murray is on 5, Cook is on 31, extras 2, 23 overs bowled, 91 for 3. Maybe they're looking to consolidate and looking to cash in the last 10 overs, which is the approach that they need to take. But that would be determined as to the number of wickets they would have in hand. And we see Duran is giving that ball generous flight. And the batsman of yesteryear would tell you, you toss it up, I will toss it back into the pavilion for you.
Yeah. It stays too long in the air. So you have enough time to,
And it's too foolish. And there we go again. Batsman is able to just stand his ground and clip it off his toes for a single. Maybe the two of them are looking to stay there and build and lay the foundation, which, yes, would be a good approach. But the run rate has dropped to 3.99.
But to be fair, this is, in my view, the heart of the Grenada batting, these two players here. And we are just in the 24th over. So there's quite a lot of overs to be bowled. And yes, they would have to sort of try to begin the process of building a foundation. They both have the ability to score very quickly. But I think they would have to get themselves in, get used to the slow bowlers. And after a while, they should find themselves in a much more comfortable position to begin to play their attacking shots.
Yeah. I made a comment at the start of the tournament that Grenada's success in this tournament would be dependent upon the Murray twins, how well they do, and in terms of the support staff. That one will beat the fieldsmen. No, it does not, but that's a good shot. Pace taken off it by the fieldsman at extra cover. But it was a good shot. It shows they have picked up the pace of the wicket and they are willing now to move on.
Yeah, I agree with you. These two players have a critical role to play if Grenada is going to do well, and that's both with the batting and the bowling. They're such talented and all-round players that if they perform on any team, one expect that the team is going to do well. But again, just back to that shot that was played by, I think it was Court Murray.
When you attempted to
cover
cut.
region there. Yes, that part of the field, the boundary seemed to be longer than the other. But I think if probably waited a bit and hit it squarer, he would have been able to pick the gap. He probably would have been able to hit it much harder. Therefore, the fielder would not have been able to get around. But this one, he was forced it through more forward, more cover direction.
Yeah.
So you give the player on the boundary room to get across.
Is it that we have gotten spoiled by persons like Brian Lara, who kept missing the fieldsmen, hitting the ball into gaps, that we are hoping those young cricketers would learn from what he has done? I mean, being in Trinidad and having a chat with the ground staff and asking them what Lara used to do when he would come to the ground. And they told me the way his mannerisms, everything, was like he was just preparing himself to play Test cricket. He would come in, he would warm up and start practicing at about 10, take a drinks break, go back out. And it doesn't matter who bowled to him and what you bowl, he would just be in the nets batting. And if we even look at Chanderpaul practiced a lot. How many of our batsmen now hit 400, 500, 600 balls a day? How many of our coaches ensure that our batsmen hit 400, 500, 600 balls a day? These little things we have to look at. I mean, 50 overs is 300 balls. But a day's cricket is 90 overs, multiply that by 6. So we have to look at our batsmen. Could be a bowling machine, it could be 20 bowlers. They have to be hitting hundreds of balls a day so that they could learn to stay in.
So we at the halfway stage mark, 25 overs being bowled, 99 for 3. Cousin Murray on 8. Court Murray on 36, the partnership, so 5-16. We still have just 2 extras. Credit to Dominican bowlers, only 2 extras. And Grenada would want to push on with this pair.
Yes.
Who would want to cement their position at the wicket. And if Grenada is not a score that we think would really compete, I'll be disappointed. I will be disappointed if they get anything less than 250 in the 50 overs.
Those wickets that the tournament is being played on, I am looking, there should be averages of 230, 240 runs. Those wickets are just tailor-made for batting. It boils down to the patience of the batsman. The patience. You got to stay there. It's 50 overs. The middle overs over 16 to 40. It's where you look to rotate the strike and build. And there we had what it seemed to be a misfield.
Well, I thought it was a good shot. It was just shortish in length. And Cousin Murray, that's an attacking frame of mind, just stood up and swung it down, and they went very quickly to that short fine leg or short backward square. Really would have had to do really well to feel it where it came out bat rather quickly and went down to the boundary for 4.
It would be to your detriment to bowl a bad ball to Cousin Murray. He's very quick to take advantage of bad bowling. That's a wide, yes. Well taken by Luvio behind the stumps. So, is it the pressure is getting to the bowlers?
Yeah, and the longer that Cousin Murray is seeing the wicket, would be a lot of pressure because, as you rightly said, hits the ball very hard and rarely allow loose delivery to go by.
And he and his brother, their mindset is that they want to do well. The I mean, years past, players will tell you when they enter the venue, they have no friends. They have no friends. I don't know you. You don't know me.
Well, I tell you a story. Well, maybe it's not a story. The fact that a Grenada on the 19 team, which I was in charge of, very early, we went to Dominica, and in that tournament, I was very clear in terms of directive against slanting down the leg side, and Maury once again gave it the full treatment, just going down on one knee as we would look at the replay and hit it down to that backward square position. Yeah, getting really into position. That shot backward square had no chance.
Yeah.
But another good positive shot by Maury. And this is the sort of player he is, as we concluded 26 over 108 for 3. I was making the point that, and I would say to my players, from the time you leave the hotel and you go into the bus to go on the field, your whole attitude, your whole mentality have to change. So the whole joke stop.
Yes.
Because it's like fighting war. You're going to fight a battle. Yeah. And therefore you change your whole mood of operation. From the time you get into that bus, you get to the playing facility, what you do next in terms of your equipment, in terms of your warm-up, in terms of your preparation to start the game. That is so essential. I don't know how much time or effort has been given in terms of for you to play straight back to the bowler. See me come off the ground. It just seemed to be a bounce ball. It looked from our end.
Yeah, because the bowler didn't react.
Yeah, in terms of your preparation before you go to play a game, you really have to be mentally prepared.
Jonathan Daniel just scored a 50, Tantine. St. Lucia 103 for 3, with Jonathan Daniel on 53 from 70 deliveries, and Tyler Venner, who is a grandson of Sir Dwight Venner, on 15. Yeah. A friend gave me a story.
What a superb shot.
Yes.
Once again played by Cosimo, who quickly has gone to 20 in really, really short time. All he came forward and stroked that ball past the cover fielder. What was evident there is a placement that rush to the cover boundary for 4. And score moves quickly up to 113. Caught Maurice on 20. And he has only faced.
Kurtzen has faced 23 deliveries.
23 deliveries.
And Cook
Cousin
has faced 68.
Once again,
beautiful shot again.
Once again, driven
what
firmly.
A beauty! That was more than textbook. You could just take this clip and put it there. It had everything.
As we look at the replay here, look at that, and you really toss up and hitting firmly through covers. And he is a no-nonsense player.
Yeah, he is.
And going to play his game. Yeah. It really, there's a platform has been set.
And do not mistake that smile and baby looks for he being a softie. Don't. The two of them. And I was telling a friend, journalist friend of mine who covered a couple Olympic Games, and he told me the Jamaican athletes, you only see them when they come down to breakfast, or they come down for breakfast, they go back in their room. If they come to train, they go to the track, they train, they go back. If they compete, he say you do not see them, and they only go on a tour after the games have ended. And you see, our players need to take And I would like to introduce you to my good friend. He has been doing a lot of work, been up early mornings, late nights, getting things together for this tournament. Mr. Clyde John. And a pity I'm not one who believe in handing out those kind of accolades like sir and doctorates, but he has been doing a good job. So he will join the ambassador, Crony, in bringing you further commentary. So over to you, Mr. John and Mr. Crony. We will see at lunch.
So 117 for 3, and Valmont, he's in his first over. This ball stroked to cover the cover fielder having some work to do. The single to Cot Murray. Cos Murray, who really seemed to be traveling really quickly. He's only had he's on 24. Valmont in his first over. Again, giving the ball a lot of air. Cot Murray just been equal, just pushing it back. Score 118 for 3. As I say, good morning to Clyde, John.
Good morning to you, Rafael, and it's good to be here at the Progress Park in St. Andrew. Be out in the condition that looks really ideal for cricket. Certainly a good start here for the Grenadians. They've lost 3 wickets, but in the context of what we've seen and how they played in the previous matches, you see a lot more positivity coming from their batters.
Yeah, and there's one thing we spoke quite a bit about, as they now going to break just for some refreshment, in that you do not want to allow the spinners to keep you tied down. And Grenada, having probably the 2 best batters at the wicket now, would want to take advantage of the start they would have had, the platform they would have set, 118 for 3. Should still be looking to get closer, almost 250.
Yeah, certainly total in excess of 250 will be more or less a pretty good total for them. The higher you can get, or the more runs that you can get on a surface like this, with, a really good outfield that is conducive for run scoring, you have to ensure that you put yourself in a position where the team chasing, really will have a difficult time getting anywhere close to that score. So far, Grenada doing well, 118 for 3. And they're in over number 28. The drinks break is taken. And the momentum going with them so far. So just quickly recap what has happened. Rikel Sylvester, he was caught Valmont, Bowl Fontaine. He went for 35 of 39 deliveries. He hit some 3 4s and 1 6. Murray Douglas, he was bowled by Moranci for 5. He faced 6 deliveries, spent some 9 minutes, had only 1 4. Cut Murray, he's not out on 38, and he's faced some 70 deliveries, batting so far for 100 minutes. 3 fours. Kevin Bob, he was caught Stefan Pascal bowl Fontaine for 13. His 13 coming off 24 deliveries. Spent some 22 minutes. Had 2 good-looking fours. And the other batter, who is Cutson Murray, he's not out on 24. From 29 deliveries, he's been there for just about 27 minutes. And so far has struck 4 fours. And so we had only 3 extras in the inning so far, and must give kudos to the Dominican bowlers for keeping the extras to that total. Quickly, let's just run through what has happened in terms of the bowling. Moranci, he had 6 overs, none for 28. Picked up 1 wicket. Kestel Estrade, he had 4 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, no wickets. Fontaine, he bowled 6 overs, had 1 maiden, 22 runs, and picked up 2 potent wickets. Darren Toussaint, he bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, and yet to pick up a wicket. Joel Durand, he had 3 overs, none for 17. And Kenneth Valdman, he has completed only his first over, 1 run coming from it. And so Dominica not doing too badly with the ball, but some good, solid stuff coming from the Grenadian batters. Have them at 118 for 3.
Yeah, and you speak about the Dominican bowlers, and credit has to be given to the bowlers, particularly Moranci. You had the bowling of Fontaine, and even Toussaint. These bowlers who really would have bent their back. They would have, you could have see a lot of thinking. They bowl well. You look at that surface outside there, and which really looks very good for batting. But they were able to, use a lot of variation in that they were able to concentrate on a specific line, keep things rather. And we saw that Fontaine picking up 2 wickets. Again, this was because of his skillful bowling. And Moranci having dismissed Rickles, it was Douglas very early. He had been able to get the ball to cut from outside the off some into the bat. So I think that they bowl very well. I think under the condition, you will think, listen, that track is looking so good. But the players was not able to really get off in any quick way. But credit still ought to be given to those bowlers on that wicket.
Yeah, certainly. As we see Vidal coming from the top end or the road end. Cutson Murray, who's on 24. So the bowling continues to, especially when we look at the spinners.
Oh yes, Jason.
I think they've really done well, the spinners, to slow the scoring rate of the batters. And so Murray and, the Murray brothers, they looking to rotate the strike, looking to, just maneuver the ball into the gaps. This is a very crucial part of their innings where they can take the next few overs and lay a foundation and really look to exploit at the end.
Yeah, if there are 2 players that one would feel good enough to be able to go through this period and come out blazing at the end, it's the Murray brothers. Cousin Murray, as you know, his ability, he strikes the ball well, very attacking player. And his brother in Court Murray has the ability to bat very long. He's much more, I wouldn't say more orthodox, but he's probably going to play more each ball on its merit, while his brother Cousin is going to take the attack. So if you're looking for a good pair to be in the wicket in terms of difference in terms of batting, these are the 2 players you would like to be there. So one expect that even as these players continue to stay, one would think that they can easily reach that stage where they'll begin to open up. And probably if that happens, you know, Grenada will come off with a very good score in their 50 overs.
Yeah, and that is what the Grenadian fans will be hoping for. He sweeps and sweeps well. Murray goes across the ropes now. Again, as you rightly said, the aggressive nature of Murray. He's not going to push and prod at these deliveries. One just down the leg side as we see there now. And really a good shot to get it past the man there at short backward square. 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. As you see, he get right over it and swept it. And the shot backward square very close. Really had no chance as the ball flew past him. To pass his left and go down to the boundary for 4.
And this time he's finding the gap through the offside. It's going to roll close to the boundary. Will not go over the boundary, but they cross for 2. And so 2 more to Murray. He moves on to 30. And Kurt, he is on 40. Total 126 for 3.
Yeah, another good shot. Probably if he just chipped a bit, hit it on the full toss, he really would have been able to pick up another boundary there. But played it down to a square cover position.
Again, he goes on the sweep and bringing up yet another boundary, Murray. So he's not allowing Valmont to settle. He has been really aggressive against him and picking up some much needed momentum for Team Grenada.
Yeah, ball slanting down the leg side. It's not. I think the only thing about it was the line of it, not to see really bad. It was not very short, but he got into position and swept it confidently down to that backward square position for 4.
So after the drinks break, the pair of Murray brothers, they seem to be ready to change gear.
Come on, JV. Come on, JV.
So 130 for 3 at the end of over number 30. We have some 20 overs remaining as Vidal continues.
This one.
Yeah, again, really good batting there from the Murray boys. This time, Cut Murray just allowing the ball to come to him and just tickling it past the fine leg. And they cross for 2.
So the runs come pretty freely now. They're not doing anything rash. Playing each ball on its merit. But they are turning the striker wrong. Therefore, the spinners, difficult for them to keep a tag or keep things tight. And this is what is important.
Come on, JV. Come on, JV. Oh, well ball.
Again, good comeback delivery there from Vidal. Certainly, this pair putting on 50 runs. And commendation to them. They've batted really well. This time it's short and he just swivels and gets it there to the man sweeping at the mid-wicket boundary. Again, turning over the strike. As you rightly said, really not giving the bowlers a chance to settle.
He should have done a lot more with his delivery. There's a big gap. The cover boundary, they had to beat the cover there.
Yes, JV.
Yeah, not only that, it was a bit wide of the stump. So once you get it past the keeper, the man there at backwards point really some acreage between him and the keeper.
So 31 overs is completed. 134 for 3. Dominica has been doing very well. There's only 3 extras in the inning so far. Cosmori on 35, Cotmori on 43. Partnership 51 runs so far. They are going just about 4.32. Hit down to long off. The timing not there, hitting hard into the ground.
Good effort there by the fielder at the short mid-wicket. This time he goes through the offside. A beautiful looking shot. It's running close to the boundary. The fielder can't pull it in. And so 4 more to Murray. And he moves to 47. And this is what I think the Grenadian fans have been looking for from the Murray boys.
Yeah, ball tossed up. You could see him reaching, foot coming across and reaching it and stroking it through the covers. And really, it was not all power, but really placement and timing. That would have only been possible with him making some move toward the direction of that delivery. And 4 good-looking runs.
Yeah, you certainly see a better effort to try to get close to the drop zone, as we would call it in coaching. Try to get close to where that ball is dropping, get the foot out there, and bring through that bat in, with good timing that allows you to get it off the square. So they're doing that really well with the Murray boys. Again, a good delivery, just a bit slower, straighter in terms of the flight. And so that's well bowled.
Yeah, this is what you want to see in terms of our spinners. Just give the ball some air and really, draw the batsman into it. Again, even though we find some of the players using their feet to the spinners, as a bowler, sometimes you enjoy that because then you could use a variation and push it a little bit wider and put a little faster one and such, I thought it makes the game really interesting. But this pair continues to look very comfortable. Turning the scoring board around, they are scoring rather freely. They are so far put on 57, 48. Cotmore, who's now in strike. And Vidal is in his 7th over.
Good run. Yes, lads. Yes, lads.
Stroke to the short cover, tossed up.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, and the lack of pace meaning that they had to be in a position to put a lot of force into that delivery and just play slowly to the backward point.
Yes, Jackson.
Fairly tight over so far. Another short one. I think it's a shot you were looking to play. Just to beat the short third man, not fine enough. Was able to pick up a single.
Yeah, I think the lack of pace on that delivery really contributed to it not really going anywhere. Murray again hitting hard past the fielder. He is going to pick up another boundary. And so some really good, powerful striking there from Murray brings him another boundary.
Yeah, and that's a power. Beating the cover field and rushing down to the boundary for 4. But let me ask you, Clyde, have you ever had at one time you have a discussion just to find out what these two players, sometime in the middle, you see them stand and talking at the end of that particular shot. And so what they will be saying. It's so interesting to see how they communicate, how they function. You would know that generally where you see one player, you see the other. It will be interesting to know the communication when they meet at mid-pitch.
Well, from what I know of these boys, I've known them since they were kids at primary school. And I know that they challenge each other. They always want each other to do better. And whenever one does well, the other will definitely give him his commendation. When he doesn't do what is expected, they tend to have it out with each other. So they have, I think, very good communication between them. And they feed off each other very well. And hence you see them, oftentimes you see them at tournaments, they do well together. When one doesn't do well in the batting, one may just come back with the ball.
Well, I could attest to that as we see Fontaine back in strike, taking up the attack from the southern end. He knows in his 7th over. Yeah, I can attest to what you said. The mom in the discussion with me, he said to me that it don't be easy with both of them home. But all is in the whole interest, the whole aim of helping each other, making sure that each person perform at the maximum.
And certainly, when you have this sort of relationship and you're able to feed off each other, it means that generally they will climb the ladder together.
Scott Murray just requiring 1 for his 50. He's on 49. Picks up his 50 now as his ball played down to long off. So Scott Murray's on 50, and he would have faced some 90 deliveries, 116 minutes, 4 fours. So he really has put his head down and batting for just about a 1.5.
And that's the type of player he is, Scott Murray. He's
116 minutes, sir.
It's been acknowledged now. But he's the type of player, he really does not like to get out. He always believes that he should be there at the end. And whenever he does, he's pretty hard on himself. So Fontaine with a pretty quiet over so far. He's kept a good line and length.
Yeah, and as you see Fontaine come back, he seemed to be one of the bowlers that will make things happen. And Cotson would want to be very careful.
A slight misfield there from the fielder.
Yeah, I didn't think Cotson got hold of that one. See, we'll look at the pierce the mid-wicket boundary. Again, the tendency of the variation from Fontaine there, or probably not coming up as quickly as he expected.
Again, good looking shot using the hands, not really trying to get too close to it. He had it covered all the time. Was just hoping to steer it past that man there.
I think, again, we see the lack of pace of the delivery. So he obviously didn't get the timing. It went slowly on the offside. So Fontaine completed a rather quick over there. 147 for 3. So 34 overs, so 16 overs to go. And they will be certainly looking at least another 100 runs.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe looking at where they are at this stage,
There we go, Davey.
to get another 100, 120,
Well done, well done, well done.
especially with the pair of Murray boys out there. I tell you, if any of them are close at the end of the closer to the maybe 5, 6 over remaining, you just may see some fireworks.
Davey.
Yeah, the longer this pace stays at the wicket is will be good for the Grenada team.
So Vidal into his 8th over. Going to cut Murray, just pushes down to long off. Picks up an easy single. Rotation of the striker, just maintaining the run rate there about. Really good, nothing threatening out there. It's hot, it's humid. I think the idea is to keep the Dominicans out in the sun for as long as possible. As we see the 4th extra in the innings, really a disciplined approach there by the Dominican bowlers.
Yeah, and interestingly, Cosmore would have missed out on that one down the leg side. We have seen him play the sweep shot from that northern end, and this one, batting at the southern end, just missed this one. And it was signal a wide.
Again, just getting into his wicket and pulling 2 mid-wicket. It's Murray. And so the 150 comes up. It's 151 for 3. 150 coming up in the 35th over. This one full. It's lifted, but it will drop short of the fielder there.
Yeah, a miss hit there by Cut Murray, and was lucky not to hold out to the mid-wicket fielder on the bounce. Just coming in, drop one bounce. But one thought he probably should have done a lot better with that full toss.
Yeah, I think he really didn't intend to hit it that far. He probably was just looking to get it to the gap. A bit of better connection than expected. And so it resulted in him collecting 1. As the Vidal over comes to an end, Grenada in their innings, 152 for 3 after 35 overs. So again, easy single taken there by Cut Murray. He moves on to 52, partnership of 69. Murray goes hard. 1 bounce, 4. Wide long on, and he picks up a very good bounce with that one pitched in the arc, and really it has to be put away. Let's look at it there.
That sort of player he is, hitting up in the arc. He's not afraid to go with it, but this was powerfully played through that straightish mid-wicket position. Just 1 bounce and went over the rope. Murray. And that's his 8-4. He has it in his 47. So he's dealing in boundaries.
powerful shot, but this time straight to the fielder. Seems to have put the fielder off balance there. And really had to move quickly.
And the captain there, Pascal, took in a beautiful catch to get rid of Bob. Jumping with both hands.
This time he gets it down to third man. Picks up another single. He's drawing closer to his 50. Cut Murray already on 53.
And you can see him that particular delivery in real good position, getting across, getting on top of it, and hitting it down to the third man, smoothly down to the third man fielder.
Straight. Beautiful looking shot. Full face of the bat. When we say show them the maker's name, you clearly could see the maker's name on that one.
All about timing. Scott Murray got into position and stroked it. Really back past the bowler. And that pitch content indicates it's really good for batting.
Wide delivery there.
He's looking down to just steer it down to that gap there. Probably getting too much over the delivery. And it just playing it on the offside. But this pair continue to motor on. 54 caught Murray, 48 Cousin Murray. And, this is sort of batting display we have been looking for both these players, knowing the ability that they possesses. But they seem to be in total control of what is happening out there. And having a stand of some 76 so far. Dominica will be eagerly wanting to separate this pair.
Yeah, they will certainly be hoping to separate this pair. And they need to, if they're going to really keep that total under 250.
Yes, Jackson. Yes, Jackson.
They don't separate this pair at some point very soon. I think they could be chasing maybe in excess of 300.
Catch it!
Powerful strike, just getting the fielder there. Ball seemed to just rush onto him. So it goes away for 4.
As you look at the replay here, it just seems as we hit somewhere just under the knee in that area there. And really, he's down. It's a sort of area that can, you'll have a lot of pain. And certainly the physio is out. Probably will have to use a spray. But firmly struck by Cut Murray, and the ball giving some air. And even though he didn't get out to the pitch of it, but hit it down to long on. And pick up another boundary. Cut Murray. And that's his 5th 4. He moves the score on to 58. So Grenada really in a good position. The push on 163 for 3. As we see just some attention to the player down on the long on boundary. Sun continue to shine here at Progress Park. Really good condition for cricket. Just a slight breeze blowing across the field. We could see the feather bands and the flags on the pole just blows rather gently with the breeze coming across the field. That breeze just going to bring a bit of comfort to the players. With the hot sun, this sun that has been shining, I think they would need that sort of breeze. It's a cooling breeze comes across the facility. 163 for 3. Grenada early on won the toss and elected to bat. They have lost the wicket of Rickle Sylvester, caught by Valmont, ball Fontaine. For 35, he faced some 39 deliveries. Batted for 60 minutes, hit 3 fours and 1 6. Douglas, who didn't last too long, was bowled by Morency. For 5, he only faced 6 deliveries, 9 minutes, 1 4. Kevin Bob, he was caught, beautifully caught by Pascal. After bowling of Fontaine, he went for 13, 24 deliveries, and he had 2 fours in his inning. So that's the 3 wickets Grenada would have lost. Ball given some air and again hit to the short cover.
There you go, JV. Yes, JV. Yes, JV.
Good flight by Vidal. Yeah. Just giving it a lot of air and just having the batsman to reach for it as he came forward and push it back.
There you go, JV. There you go, JV.
Customary, 48. And he's hitting this one down. Let's go down to mid-wicket. And the fielder take the catch just inside the boundary. And what a bad mistake. Customary looking to get to his 50, trying to hit it out of the ground. And you could see him very disappointed there. As he is really looking to clear the mid-wicket fence. And only hold out to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. And you could have seen the disappointment in Curt Murray there. Being caught on the mid-wicket boundary. And he went for 48. Dominicans are very elated to see the back of Curt Murray.
I just want to make sure that my name
He has
number matching.
caught some Murray rather. And he was caught by Fontaine in that mid-wicket region. So Grenada has lost the 4th wicket. This pair. Murray caught by Jelani Joseph. Bowled by Vidal. Jelani Joseph taking that catch. So Dominica now with a little spring in the step, picking up a very important wicket of Cutson Murray. A player that really has the ability to turn things around. So now 164 for 4. And Vidal picking up his first wicket, 1 for 37 in 9 overs. Final delivery of that over.
Let's go, guys.
So it's Fontaine from the southern end. Curt Murray. 59. Cutson Murray, caught by Joseph, bowled Vidal, 48. 53 deliveries faced. He's been there for 54 minutes with 8 4 struck. Actually, Morency that takes up the attack from the southern end. He in his 7th over. He picked up so far 1 for 28. There's still 12 overs after this over. A lovely shot played by Murray, and that goes down to the boundary for 4. But what a lovely shot! Really good timing, and he stroked it through extra cover and picked up his 6th boundary.
Again, textbook cricket, gets in the front foot right there, the head coming directly over the ball. So he always had control of that one. It sped across what I would make it a lightning quick outfield.
Yeah, it's such a difference when the pitch goes out to the ball, and you tend not to focus so much on power when you get into those positions, but just placement and timing. And that one was really timed beautifully by Murray as it raced across the surface.
Another good-looking shot there by Murray. He's batting well. The Morency over comes to an end. So at the end of 38 overs, Grenada 169 for 4. Certainly thoughts of the 250 plus will be in the minds of these two batters. Murray will want to try and move into the double figures, into the triple figures rather, and at least register himself on what we consider to be a Batman-friendly wicket.
Yeah, and to be fair, generally all the wickets that was produced are really wickets, you know, you can feel comfortable batting on. I think that Cosmo will be very disappointed the way you have been playing. Just looking to clear the mid-wicket fence. And ball hit down to the mid-wicket fielder, Dave Joseph, taking a simple catch. But I think he was really trying to get to his 50 with a boundary.
Well, ball.
Again, really, they were looking good. This side of the ground, the wind tends to push the ball back.
Well, ball. Aye.
And so certainly should have taken that into consideration. But Dominica, on the other hand, will be very happy. They have gotten a breakthrough, and so they will look to stem the flow, maybe try to pull back at the scoring rate somewhat and take control of this game from here on in.
Yeah, they really would have been happy to pick up that wicket of Murray.
Yes, JB. Yes, JB.
Bartholomew facing his first delivery.
Hey, JB.
So Vidal completing his spell, his 10 overs, going for 38 runs, picking up 1 wicket. And in the context of the game that has gone so far, this is a really good spell. Nice flat track for batting. And as a bowler, you bowl 10 overs for 38, you would always take this.
Yeah, most definitely on this wicket, which really wouldn't give you much help as a bowler. If you could drop under 50, in terms of your 10 over, you do well. 40 and under is very good.
Morancy into his 8th over. Murray just guiding that one. Total moving to 171 for 4. So at the completion of this over, it will be 10 overs remaining. And so we're going to be looking for a different approach from the batters. Maybe look to get in excess of 50, maybe somewhere in the region of 80.
That's just played nicely. Got into his wicket, the Bartholomew, and just looked to clip it out of square. It just went fine. And that short backward square had no chance going down to that, into the boundary for 4, but good looking shot. So he's off the mark with 475 for 4. Just in the 48th over, so the 10 more overs remaining after this one. It's another extra, another wide. Bring the extras to 5. All right. And yet another wide. They took a single in the process, a bye. 2 is added to the score, 178 in the 40th over. Run rate 4.49.
This pair not doing badly so far. Been able to turn the strike over, pick up the odd boundaries. Some 15 runs partnership already.
And that's a positive sign that we are seeing is being done successfully. They're picking up the singles.
That's the end of the over, and we're breaking for drinks.
So that completes a 40th over. We're probably going to have a bit of a drinks break. As the players once again just take the break to have some, just a bit of a refreshment. Grenada again winning the toss and batting 179 for 4. 10 overs to go. Still in a good position, probably get up to that 250. But credit should be given to the Dominican bowlers, particularly the seam bowlers. They would have stuck to it and made every effort to keep things really tight.
Yeah, the Dominican bowlers have been very disciplined. Some 7 extras. It tells you, when you look at your extras column, it tells you that they have been disciplined, not much given away. And so the batters who have batted for the Grenadians, you can say they have done well, because they now had to, really get the scoreboard moving. And so Dominica, they will feel happy. I think they have a good batting lineup that any score under 250, I think they will really try to get it and get it as quickly as they can.
Yeah, they will fancy their chances, particularly looking at how the pitch is playing. Grenada would have other thoughts. The likes of Kosamori and Bartolome, who has been picking up wickets. He now has the most wickets in the tournament so far, of 12. And it can be critical in terms of how he bowls, what they're able to do on this wicket.
Yeah. Well, at the Roy St. John playing field in Tantine, I can tell you that St. Lucia won the toss, and they are batting. And after 37.3 overs, they are 161 for 4. Fortinel is not out on 7, and Tyler Venner, he's there on 42. So another batsman seemingly close to crossing the halfway mark. But for the sake of the tournament, we would love to see these batters go on and get to the 3-figure mark.
So we continue to see, in terms of the games, they are seemingly going at the same pace, maybe on the same level. This we are just a little bit ahead, 40 overs, yeah, about 37 overs. And 4 wickets is lost in each venue.
Yeah, that speaks to the level at which the boys function. It's almost similar across teams. You're not really seeing teams dominating each other. You're not seeing that, And this, to me, says a lot about the cricket, right?
Yeah.
We still need to lift the levels, because for me, I would have loved to see scores closer to the 300, 250s, I think that says a lot. It's about your batters and their ability to bat for long periods, to focus and, really take opportunities.
But that's a discussion we had this morning, both myself and Robertson, in regards to the quality of wickets that we have for batting. But yet we haven't been able to get our batters, particularly your top batters, scoring many runs. And we speak, about the scores that the team have been able to score in the batting efforts. I think he mentioned there's a couple of teams now that got over 200 once. But generally, you have been able to get our batters scoring big totals, and as such a team scoring big total on wickets that pitches you can consider more friendly to the batting. So that really has to be a concern going forward in terms of what our batters need to do. Is it that our bowling was of such class or made it so difficult that the batters couldn't score? I don't think that's the case, really. It's just that our batters just didn't come. Maybe the application, the commitment, even the confidence. We have been able to see it with the exception of one person who got 100. Nobody else really would have been consistent in terms of scoring runs.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. But again, we need to give kudos to the spinners within the Winlott under 19 teams. I think they have bowled really well. Murray lifting this one. It's gone high. And it's gone one bounce for 4.
Yeah, for one moment it looked as though the fielder would have come around to get it, but I think he probably just cleared him. He probably going to see a replay what it looked like. But it was a short delivery that really deserved to be hit out of the ground. And as we see here, yeah, he was not in the best position. Look as though he rushed the shot. And as such, just out of the reach of the field on the mid-wicket boundary. And he picked up another boundary.
So the total 185 for 4.
Catch!
Murray with a mindset that suggests that he wants to take his bat into another gear. So far, Jelani Joseph has kept in pretty quiet. Apart from that, 4. He's bowled pretty well. Shot, and this one is cut to the backward point region. They cross for 2. And so, cut Murray, he moves on to 74. Eyeing what I would make it a really good half century, I think long in the making. One just hopes that he will remain there and get to that 3-figure mark.
I expect him to. He's been batting quite well. I think his brother Curtin threw his wicket away. They were batting too well, and I expect tonight after the game, one twin will be disciplining the other, knowing the 2 of them.
Yes, certainly they will. And as we said, that's the joy of having your brother playing alongside you.
Yes, yes. But the way the 2 of them were batting, I saw 100 in the making at both ends. Not taking sides or being biased. It's just the reality. It's a very good batting strip. Maybe he saw at the stage they were in the number of overs, he should be looked to step on the gas, but then he needed to do it a smart way. So the argument can be applicable both sides.
Yes, certainly they have a target in mind, I believe, and I think Cutson Murray being the more aggressive batsman, he's the one that would really challenge, scoring and scoring quickly.
Yeah.
As you rightly said, it's just unfortunate.
8.4 overs remaining. They just 188 for 4. Bit of hesitation there. Were there 2 runs? Yes, but again, it's how quickly you run the first run will determine if you can pressure the fieldsman and take 2. Wicket still good for batting. I think Dominica would fancy their chances being able to knock off any total that is put in front of them. Looking at the batting they have, Pascal, Luvio, Fontaine. But again, it's how you play on the day.
Yes, certainly they will back their batters to chase down this total.
Yeah.
What they want to do is to make sure that they play good, sensible cricket.
Yeah. I think the 2 bowling attacks are just about the same. But it's who remains focused, who keeps a steady head, and who is backed up better by the fielders.
You're just missing out on this one.
Yeah.
Was quite short. Looking maybe just to hit it a little too hard. And misses completely, but more importantly, it's the end of the 42nd over. Grenada, 189 for 4. just 8 overs remaining in their innings. They certainly will be looking to maybe maximize this next 8 overs.
What would be a comfortable score?
Well,
What would be a comfortable score?
looking at the conditions, the pitch condition, the outfield condition, I think you have to target 250 plus. So full toss there just being put away by Murray.
That's what you have to do. A bad ball is a bad ball. You put it away. I mean, there's no caressing of it. You just put it away. But you have to do it smartly.
And deliberately hit straight past the bowler. So picking up.
That's Jelani Joseph. He has been around for a while from the under 15 level. Personally, I felt his development should have been a lot more advanced.
Well ball. Nice, Justin. Nice, Justin.
Yeah, it happens to these boys at times. They tend to take a little while to develop. Nonetheless, we know what he's capable of. So one will just want to back him and hope that, at some point in time he can find that sort of consistency.
Yeah.
In terms of his development, both with bat and ball.
Yes. I would love to see in each of the 4 islands, the other 3 islands, what has been done in St. Lucia is replicated via Performance Center. So we would have consistent coaching at all levels, which would only augur well for the development of the game.
Well ball.
We also have to look at primary school cricket because there's a lot of talent, but what are we doing? And I think the governments probably, although it might not sit well with the International Cricket Council, but I think looking at our situation here in the Caribbean, I think the governments need to probably put their foot down and get a little more serious as to where our cricket is going.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. A lot will depend on, setting the stage for the future. It's not just about the now. As we see a change in the bowling from the pavilion end, it will be Darren Toussaint. He is coming back for his second spell.
He started at the far end.
This one just cut down to third man by Bartholomew. He moves on to 8. Bringing the well-set Murray.
Yeah, I think that's what he has to do. Get off the strike, give Murray the strike. Hopefully Murray can go on to 3 figures, which would do well for his confidence. Yeah, missing out on a short one. Ball not coming onto the bat. Has the pitch flattened out? I don't know. But it still looks good for batting.
Well, I think it's the skill set of the bowler. He's just looking to hit the deck and just hold back the pace slightly, mix it up, change it up. And these are things that you expect in the white ball format. Grenada 198 for 4, iron there 200. Murray's back and just pulling down to long on.
Had Kurtzen remain, I would be a short Grenada would score like 260. But then he has gone.
Well, we still think they can. They know that.
Oh. That's Kurt?
Yeah, that's. It seems to be Bartholomew there. Being given out to LBW.
Ooh. It looks adjacent. Again, the camera isn't directly behind. So we.
Yeah, Bartholomew looking to just tickle this one as he goes on to the sweep. Yeah, pretty good decision there.
Yes.
He came across but just missed completely.
Yeah, he was down on his knee, genuflecting. Hit him right on the roll. Yes. Well, Kurt is still there, so Grenada can breathe a sigh of relief that the well-set batsman is still there. He came in at number 3, and they have seen a possession of batters coming and going, including his brother. It would be interesting to be the fly on the wall when the two of them speak about it. Yeah, and St. Lucia is 181 for 5, 39.4 overs. I wonder, it looked like Venner didn't get his 50.
And that's what we're seeing yet again. Not a batter getting a start, but not really converting the start. And the wickets are good enough for batting.
Yes, the wickets, I think the flattest of them all is at Tantin because of the medical attention it got a couple days ago. Yeah.
So the new batter, Keyshawn Abraham. Another over comes to an end. 44 overs completed. Another 6 overs remaining.
So Vidal has finished his quota of 10. Moranti has bowled 8. Lestrade 4. Fontaine 8. Toussaint just finished his 6 over. Durant 3 overs. Valmont has bowled 3. And Jelani Joseph has just finished his 2nd. So we 44 overs bowled. So the captain, Stephen Pascal, has quite a few options going into the closing stages of this inning.
Well, ball.
So it's Jelani Joseph bowling to Kurt Murray. Ooh, Oppish. I think he should have taken that chance.
Well, it was dipping and dipping quickly. Again, a strong breeze blowing across the ground. So maybe at the opposite side of the ground, it just may have reached him.
But I'm trying to check how quick was he coming forward, walking in with the bowler.
Again, that will be a factor.
Oh, yes, Lanoy.
Abraham just pushing out there, not really looking to stroke it.
Yeah, he need to get off the strike and allow Cook to take over. He's a set batsman.
Oh, yes, Lani.
Yeah, just needs to stroke the ball slightly instead of just patting it right there.
Yeah.
And get this
to the left of the fieldsman or further to his right. Look for...
Yelan.
So Grenada 200 for 5.
Yes, Lani.
So how many runs he didn't? He just faced 4 deliveries, didn't attempt to get off the strike. At least Murray will now be facing. But
yeah, Murray will be eyeing.
He's 83. He should. I would back him to score that 100. I think that shot is not timing. He's looking for power, but if you are not timing, the ball will go nowhere.
I think he was looking to go across instead of go straight through the line.
Yeah. There's a fieldsman at long on. If he goes straight and he hits it hard enough. Oh, he gives it. Ball not coming through. He not timing.
Yeah, Murray goes. He
83.
played a really good innings, looking to up the ante, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
As we would always say in local parlance, just looking to get after the bowling, wanting to ensure that his team gets close to that 250 that they spoke about in the pre-match interview. And so it's unfortunate. Murray, I think, had all that was necessary to get himself.
Yeah, he should have gone on. A 200 for 6. So we have 2 new batsmen coming in. 2 new batsmen, sorry. So it would be interesting what the tactics will be from now on.
Yeah.
We welcome back the Dean, the Ambassador, Mr. Crony.
Right arm over the wicket to you. Right arm over.
So Toussaint striking in his 7th over. Pascal taking a comfortable, easy catch. This time he goes down the leg as the batter in Toussaint comes to the crease. That one just misguided. Keeper doing well to get down and across. Again, just slanting down the leg side there to Darren Toussaint. Grenada total 202. Toussaint to Toussaint. Here we go. Toussaint lifting this one. Man at long off, just running around. So you see the intent of the batters just to keep that scoreboard. They need to get really close to 250, I believe, if they really want to put Dominica under any challenge.
Yeah, I think Dominica would have come back strongly. We are into the 46th over and just 203 for 6. And they really would have pulled things back. And then losing the wicket of Scott Murray there really would have put added pressure on the bottom half of the batting. And therefore it means that both Toussaint and Ibrahim will have to continue to push it along. They are now at 4.47 in terms of the average.
Yeah, Toussaint just missing out there. That ball in the zone for driving.
Yeah, it has been a slower delivery. They continue to use a lot of guide. Bowling the slower one, and you know, it has been generally a good bowling display by the Dominica team. When one looks at the conditions, to have pulled back the Grenada 204 for 6, they probably should feel a bit satisfied in terms of the way they are bowled here today.
Yeah, they certainly should feel happy. I think they bowled well. They were disciplined in their approach. Some good batting from the team Grenada. But Dominica, they know that they are at the top of the table. You can see the confidence that they have, you know, as they get onto the field. They were not flat at any time. And they look to just keep control of what they were doing.
Catch!
This one lifted straight. Feel a long one just running around, taking it on the bounce. But certainly some intent there from Ibrahim.
So once again, we have seen in the batting of the Grenada team. There are just two players, once again, that would have really made the major contribution. In Cotmore 83, and then he had Cosmore on 48. But outside of that, and this one goes to cover. Very simple catch taking at cover. They gain Toussaint looking to go for the big hit. They clear the boundary. And there was nowhere close to the pitch of that delivery. And what a simple catch to cover. Grenada losing their 7th wicket, 205 for 7 as we go into the 47th over.
Yeah, Toussaint looking to lift that one. Coming out more of the outer half of the bat, not really getting it in the middle. And so it just spooned out there to the man at cover, who takes a pretty simple chance. Toussaint not really giving the impact, I think, that he was sent there to. We know that he can strike the ball, he can hit it the long ball. But really, just going across that one slightly. So he has to depart. And as he departs, it will be Cleveland Bartholomew coming into the crease.
Yeah, good fight back by the Dominica team. 205 for 7. Keishan Abraham and Cleveland Bartholomew, the off-spinner Bartholomew, has done pretty well with the ball. Now he'll be required in just a few over with the bat to try and probably give some impetus coming down to the end of the inning. We have 3 overs after this over. For the offside fielders are long off. There's extra cover, backward point, and the fielder on the cover boundary. So Joseph in his 4th over.
Lovely.
This one goes to outside the off stump. So the attack, we focus outside the off stump ball, giving some edge. You look at the swing where this one goes on to mid wicket. Again, Bartholomew looking to clear the mid wicket, going for the big hit. Probably did some over long on and a wide mid wicket. Get it down to mid wicket. So he's off the mark.
Oh yes, Lanoy.
And that completes another over by Delany Joseph, his 4th over. He has 1 for 16. Toussaint, 2 for 25. Grenada after some 47 over, 206 for 7.
Yes, Grenada. Just 3 overs remaining, and they will want to make sure that they maximize these overs. I think they will be wary of the Dominican batting lineup, which
from here on in, it seems that it will be hard pressed to get it to 250.
Certainly 250. It will take some hitting. I'm not sure that they have that sort of firepower in the back. So this pair will want to try and get a couple boundaries, but still remain in the crease at the end of the innings.
They should ever be endeavoring to bat out at the 50 overs.
Yeah, they certainly need to bat out their overs. Do not want a case where you get bowled out before the 50 overs are up.
Actually, he's looking to swing. I don't know, this one comes off the pad and goes on to third man, but not the best of shot day. Swinging across and maybe probably just missing leg stump. It went up with a half-hearted appeal as we see the replay here. Yeah, heading down the leg side. Looking to hit it somewhere over mid-wicket.
This time charging, not really making contact. I think he caught the keeper off guard there. Keeper was rather late to get down.
I seem to get some bat on it. Keeper made a good stop.
Again, good disciplined bowling by Toussaint. Just looking to bowl wicket to wicket.
Yeah.
Asking the batter to take the ball off the stump. You hit.
Yeah, I think the Dominican bowlers would have bowled very well through this game.
Yes, this time I told him you lift in this one. Fielder unable to really get in and take the catch. But that's the idea. When you bowl, you're coming down to the death overs, as we will call it. Want to be as straight as possible. As close to the Yorker length, asking the batter to manufacture the shot. And this time, miscue, slower delivery. Batter then Bartholomew way too early, presenting a very simple catch to the fielder there.
Yeah, really sensible bowling there by Toussaint. Look at that. Batsman looking to hit, he slowed it up and threw it in the air. So it always looked as though it's a delivery you can hit as he threw it in the air but away from the batter. And all he could get was the bottom half of the bat. Just lobbed up for easy catch in the gully. Again, credit to the bowlers. Grenada losing the 8th wicket to 210 with just 2 overs remaining. Let's hope that they're going to bat out their 50 overs.
Well, they certainly need to bat out their 50 overs. It's only 2 overs remaining. You do not want to reach into a situation where you're not chasing runs, but you're setting a total and you allow yourself to be bowled out. Very important for run rate and all these things, so you want to make sure you bat your overs.
So we have just about 15 minutes remaining time. Certainly we are way in front, just 2 overs to bowl, actually 11 deliveries to go. Ball hit down to long off and not going to carry. So another single.
And it brings the left-handed Desron Mitchell to the crease.
And it also meant that the Dominican bowlers really stick to the plan in terms of the time frame for the overs. And they have done very well.
Yeah, certainly well managed out there. Skipper Pascal doing well in terms of marshalling the troops, making sure that they stay within the time. This one is just turned into the square leg region there by Mitchell. He gets off the mark.
So we have just 8 deliveries remaining, 212 for 8. And they really pulled things back.
As this one is hit, it's going, that's gone. A good hit there by Keyshawn Abraham, clearing the ropes at the road end, bringing up a much needed boundary. Grenada draws closer to the 220 that they got in the earlier game. So they will want to pass 220 today.
So good into the over. That's 6. We did a welcome boundary. 219 for 8. We have with 1 over remaining and 13 minutes. So they have done well in terms of the bowling effort and even in terms of the time that they take to bowl their overs. We are now going into the 50th over. And has been really a good discipline display by the Dominica team. Toussaint, who has picked up 3 for 28, is into his final over. A bit of an indecision there as the ball played to point. So
and this time he's down the wicket, lifting. Is it going to clear? The fielders collide and it's dropped. And they pick up 1.
So we're going to look at the replays just to see what happened here. What should have been taken. Here, see down the track and
fielders just coming around. Really, both of them committed to the catch. Not certain that they were aware of how close they were.
Yeah, still one of the players doing a tremendous camera work there. As we look at the two players, two players, yeah, very good camera work there. And the ball, player not being able to take the catch. Player still on the ground. So we have 4 more deliveries. Grenada 220 for 8. Just waiting as the physio give some attendance to the player.
Well, I can tell you at the Roy St. John playing field, St. Lucia batting first. They are 204 for 6. And Cody Fontenelle, is not out on 21 as the new batter comes to the crease. And so they are in the 45th over. And so another 5 overs to go in that encounter. And that will bring conclusion to the St. Lucian innings once these 5 overs are complete. St. Lucia again will be maybe looking for a total closer to 250.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're looking at that 250. You were there this morning and you would have seen in terms of how the wicket plays. Knowing what a wicket does, this is made for a pretty interesting encounter.
Yeah, it does make for a very interesting encounter. The wicket looks really good. And I think the batters, once you apply yourself, you can get runs. Powers of concentration just have to really be intact. There must be a willingness to bat and to bat for long periods.
So we're about to continue, 220 for 8. And the ball pushed on to long off. So maybe we could even begin to give the scorecard as we come down to the 50th over.
Only 3 deliveries remain.
Grenada won the toss and elected to bat.
There's another swing there by Abraham. Comes off the edge of the bat and they cross for 1. It's 221 for 8. And Grenada batting first. They got off to a relatively good start. save and accept the early wicket of Douglas. He went for 5 very early, but Cut Murray and Rikel Sylvester, when they came together, they had a really good partnership. So they go for another quick single. And so Sylvester and Murray, they batted well. Sylvester was the next to go. He was caught Valmont of the bowling of Fontaine for 35. Final delivery. Slower ball again. A really good thinking there by the Dominican pace bowler there, Toussaint. And so after 50 overs, Grenada 223 for 8, extras 10. And a good batting effort by Team Grenada.
Yeah, 223 for 8 runs on the board, and certainly with the runs on the board now, Dominica have to go and make that. But I do believe that it will be a bit disappointed. The fact that the wicket looks so good for batting, they had a good start. Once again, we have seen Douglas, who was not able to do much. He only got 5 and facing 6 deliveries. Sylvester started off rather in an attacking vein. But again, the weakness of him with the ball outside the off stump trying to get to it, he had some difficulty with it. And he was caught at mid-off. Bob didn't last long. A beautiful catch taken by Pascal. He went for 13. Kevin Bartholomew, he went for 9. But Cotson Murray came in and played a good inning, really positive. He got on to 48 before he really tried to clear mid-wicket. And was caught for 48 after 53 deliveries. He batted for some 54 minutes. Kishan Abraham not out on 13. Toussaint didn't last long. He went for 1. Cleveland Bartholomew went for 3. And then you had Desmond Mitchell not out 3. For again, the batting really strong. The 2 players, Murray, Cosmo Murray 48, and Court Murray, who went on to 83.
Well, just to highlight the bowling of the Dominicans, again, we have to commend them for bowling well on a track like this. Moranci, his 8 overs went for 42. He picked up 1 wicket. Lestrade, he bowled 4 overs, 18 runs, didn't pick up a wicket. Fontaine, he had 8 overs, 31 runs. He picked up 2 wickets. And Darren Toussaint, at the end, he bowled 9 overs, picked up 3 for 32. Jason Fidal, his quota of 10, he went for a measly 38, picked up 1 wicket. And Joel Durand, he had 3 overs for 17, no wickets. Valmont, he had 3 overs also. He went for 18 runs and did not pick up a wicket. And then you had 5 overs from Jelani Joseph. He picked up 1 for 26. And so Darren Toussaint, starring with the ball, really had the formula to pick up wickets.
Yeah, well, very good display by the Dominican bowlers. We continue to see that, but they would have bowled well. I think what was very clear, it was not a matter of fact of the bowlers running up on board, but they were thinking. They use as much variation as possible. They use guile, particularly the slower deliveries, having it wide of the batsman who basically was not moving to the ball. And maybe that's one of the weaknesses. The batters getting close to the line of the ball. But they bowl well. And really to come back and have Grenada to 223 for 8. I think they will be happy with the bowling display. And really this goes... put them in a position they would feel confident that they too can chase the score of 223 for 8. All depends on how the wicket continues to play. The bowling of the Grenadian bowlers. We know, for instance, we haven't seen the spin doing much. There's nothing for the spinners, as we saw in the first half of the inning. So we do not know how effective it is going to be as we go into the second part of the inning. But I think all is made up to be a very interesting encounter. Match can go anyway, but as you see, Dominica at the top of the table, we want to maintain that. So we all await and expect a very keen contest as Dominica endeavor to get to 224 for victory. With that, we are going to take our lunch now. We're going to take a short break, and let's hope that you will join us for what is expected to be a very interesting contest in just about the next half an hour.
That's the first power play, guys.
So we are back here at the Progress Park in the St. Andrew.
So we back at the sunny Progress Park venue. The sun continues to shine brightly here as Dominica going to chase that total of 224 for victory. They're actually off the mark with 4. They are into the first over. And it's bowled by Enoch Toussaint. He's from this southern end or commentary booth end.
Yeah, Dominica getting off the mark quite emphatically. One would hope that we will see some good batting display and some pretty good disciplined bowling that will make this match even more interesting.
Well, we have heard quite a bit about Stephen Pascal, and we haven't really seen him really come into his own. And that's one of the batters, in our view, which one that have been spoken about. And we haven't really seen him come into his own as yet. But certainly it's a good opportunity here. It would be critical for him to set the sort of foundation Dominica needs if we're going to get past that 223, which is required for victory.
Well, he seems to be coming into his own, Pascal. Got a good-looking 68 in the last game that Dominica played. And it was a really good knock. It was a knock that was really accentuated with some good boundary hitting, good defense, and so he batted pretty well. And so we expect, for the sake of the Winlotts and, making that statement that he wants to make, that he stays there and gets some runs.
So we have just seen the second boundary again, just coming forward and playing with the tide. Not much power, but more timing. That went through a vacant square leg position, the mid-wicket or the mid-on fielder, having to do a lot of running. As we look out there, the field is really heavily set on the offside. There's just 2 fielders on the leg side, which is a long leg and a short mid-on.
Yeah, I think that he got the inside edge and it raced away. So it tells you something about his timing. It tells you that he's really seen the ball well. He may not have gotten the ball where he wanted it, but nonetheless, the result is 4 runs.
Quite an interesting field with just 2 players on the leg side. So Toussaint will have to be really be accurate in terms of keeping his line. We haven't seen him played in the last game. And one thing, probably there's a bit of injury that he was not included in last game.
Yeah, I think Toussaint, he had an injury, picked up an injury and was just rested and giving an opportunity to Francis, who bowled well.
Yeah, he would have loved to do a lot more, Pascal, with that full toss. Hit it down to mid-off firmly. Just picked up the single at the conclusion of the first over. 10 without loss, Dominica.
Yeah, good start there by the Dominican pair of Toussaint and Pascal. Pascal, the main contributor so far. And if this is a sign of what is to come, then it means that it is possible that Dominica will get to these runs before the 50-over mark.
Well, we would have said it before. I think Dominica would have bowled very well to have Grenada only get up to 223. And we have been seeing it over and over in the way that Dominica bowl. Really they were spot on in terms of the strategy, in terms of the technique used. They actually kept a ball in one side of the field. And I think the variation did quite a bit. And they really kept things tight. At one time, one felt Grenada would get up to 250. But they really came back strongly to be able to restrict them to just 223. So it also means, based on how, just the first over we have seen, but based on what we have seen, certainly would suggest that Grenada themselves will have to bowl very well.
So it's going to be Francis as he runs into Pascal, and one just tucked to the onside. A man at fine leg picks up. But Francis from the northern end or the road end, and he will be looking to use the breeze, the stiff breeze that blows out to get that ball. We've seen him shape the ball back into the left-handers quite a bit. And so I think he's hoping there that he can get that ball shipping in instead of going away. So a bit of movement there already. I think he just needs to pitch maybe on or about the off stump and allow it to swing.
Yeah, we would have seen in the only game that you would have played, he seemed to get inward movements more than the ball leaving the right-hander. Maybe that's why the reason why he's placed at that particular end. Certainly with the ball leaving the right-hander, one would think that this southern end probably would have been better for him, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, big movement with the ball coming back in. Does seem to have the ability to be able to get the ball come in more than the ball leaving the right-hander, which is natural movement for the left-hander.
Yeah, we worked quite a lot on getting that ball to shape in. One time I had to ask him if he forgot how to get the natural movement, because he does tend to get that movement and get it pretty big early in the bowling innings.
We're into the second over. Dominica 11 without loss. Jumal Francis coming from the northern end, left arm over the wicket.
Again, just turning the batsman slightly with that movement.
Yeah, very good start, hitting a good line. And you have seen here the batsman had each delivery he has to play. Just about middle and leg, and it seemed to be getting a little movement. This one seemed to have straightened a bit. And Toussaint was very cautious as he pushed it out.
Yeah, a little too straight there on this instance. Wants to get him moving out the outside and off stump and really pushing at it. This one on the body, although he did not get to turn it around the corner, but you ideally want him to be reaching out and maybe just prodding so that the slips can come into play.
Yeah, so you want to be pitching it further off stump. So you have to play and then it coming in. So you really put your, it's again too straight. Swinging down the leg side. Just come around the pad. It's leg by signal there. Yeah, by the umpire Freezer. This is one of the umpires from Carriacou. We do have two umpires from Carriacou that's involved in the tournament. Imran George, I think, being the other umpire.
Yeah, I think the umpire in the tournament so far has been pretty steady. The seem to be working cohesively at both venues. And the general standard is about the same. And so we must say kudos to them.
Yeah, two Saint again, just a bit straight when you look at the field placement there, just two persons on the leg side. He would want to keep that ball more probably outside the off stump. Anything on the body, will be played on the onside, and there's big gaps on the onside.
Yeah, he really wants to be cautious to Saint in terms of the length that he bowls. His field is predominantly offside, doesn't have the protection in the mid-wicket region, so you do not really want to be short to Pascal.
13 without loss. We are into the third over. Two Saint getting that delivery to come into the right-handed Pascal. Stealing a bit. Pascal was equal to it, pushing it on the onside. Just a little concerned with the leg side field. If you're going to bring the ball in with just two persons on the leg side, then certainly you need to consider your field placement.
Yeah, certainly has to consider the field placement. Really want to stifle the batters very early. Use the power play restrictions to your advantage. You have the fielders close in, they can move faster to the ball, really cut off the chances of them getting the easy singles. Again, good start by the pair of two Saint and Francis. Just at the wicket, asking the batters to, play well in terms of their defense. And even if they're going to be aggressive, they have to do it circumspect.
Oh, that's complete the third over. Two Saint going for 12 innings, 2 overs. And Francis 1 over for 1 run. We would have seen again Jamal Francis first over being a good one. Have really been hitting a good line. His line have been very good and length have been good. So he has shown that he do have some talent as Jamal Francis, as he prepared to bowl the second over, 15 without loss. Grenada would have lost the first wicket and score 15. And more inward movements.
Yeah, really does need to get it across the batter a bit more.
But as you said before, I think that he need to be pitching maybe a 6 inches outside the off stump. With the movement that he's getting, the batsman must play. Therefore, I think it would be better stead just to pitch more outside the off stump instead of being straight.
So you see that one, they're still on the line of the stump somewhat, a bit fuller. It just needs to draw the length back a bit and ask the batsman to come forward to that ball that is moving back into him.
But he's showing good control. Not strain.
No, that's the one that goes away with the natural angle of the left-hander.
So it's interesting to look at his bowling action. This one, as the arm came over, you could see as though it's straightened. So he allowed it to go with the angle of the arm. Whereas we'd have a closer look at him as his arm action, whereas deliveries before you would have pulled the arm down so you could see it coming back. Let's see what happens here. Again, as he came over, you could see, and the reason it's called wide, but you could see the difference in terms of their away swing and the one that comes back in. And that's the thing that batsmen should be able to detect and read. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to deal with, but I mean, we here can probably in a better position to detect that. Let's see what happens here. Again, just a change of angle, just a change of the angle of his delivery. And those 3 deliveries going all outside the off stump and going wider.
Yeah, and that's a good ploy from him. He started with 2 on the body, moving in, and just putting that little doubt in the batsman's mind whether he should go after it. And let's see if he would bring this one back in, and it will give you an indication as to his thoughts as a bowler.
Yeah, I think just losing it a bit here. Ball again going wide of the off stump.
Yeah, you will need to really create some more doubt. So far, the batsman not really having to play at these deliveries. You want him to be playing at them. You want him to be coming forward and be beaten.
You know, it would have been good if you were able to get those deliveries to come back in. Yeah, this is one that you would have bring back. It just seems as though with an effort to get the ball to leave the right hander, just seem to lose a sort of control. But if to bring it back, he most seem to have the control to get it online and on link.
Yeah, as you rightly detected, he just tends to, the one that goes away, he tends to just let it out there. But the one that moves in, he seemed to have more control over that one. And so...
I mean, and it's only obvious because, if you, the closer that arm get to your ears, it therefore means that you have more control in terms of what you want to do with the ball. And it's clearly seen there as you bring the ball in. But to get to want to leave, right, obviously your hand probably might go out. And this played beautifully down to backward square. And a good stop on the boundary. Ball was traveling. Pitched up, and Pascal clipped it off the toes. Probably would have been aiming to get a little bit squarer. The fielder on the long leg boundary is placed in a wide position, so he didn't have too far to run. 18 without loss. Pascal looking to pad the place smoothly down to mid-off. All the ease. I dare say Grenada will have to bowl badly. Dominica will have to bat bad. Grenada bowl really excellent. If they're gonna pull off that game. Ball a bit of a misfield, and this. Has just been able to get through, but a little bit misfield there. The fielder at wide mid-off. Giving the batsman the opportunity for come back for second run. But 2 good drives from Pascal.
Yeah, Pascal building on that momentum that he had from the last innings. He's really looking good. He will need to stay there just to make sure that Dominica has the opportunity to win. I think he plays a big role in this. And as his captain, he will want to shoulder that responsibility.
Yeah, and really it's a good platform, it's a good setting where the captain can really settle down and lead his team to victory. You need to bat as long as possible. And this being, not sure he seemed to have dropped that. We just look at the replay there as it went down to mid-off. A little disappointment shown there by the Grenada team, just being obscured with the side screen where we are sitting.
Yeah, I think the bowler disappointed that the fielders, again, need to be moving a bit more quickly. They tend to be a bit lethargic in terms of them moving in, especially in cutting off the ones and twos, maybe even that opportunity for a catch. So at the end of 5 overs, Dominica, in response to Grenada's 223, they are 21 without loss. Pascal, he's on 15, and of 15 deliveries to Saint, he's 2 of 15 deliveries.
Yeah, this certainly seemed to be the best condition we had for the tournament in terms of the brightness, the sun. You look at there's blue skies above, there's no threat of rain, there's no cloud cover in any way, but it's pretty hot out there, conditions.
Francis, a bit wide there. Just need to get back into that rhythm where he had that ball shaping in.
Probably trying to do too much. He started well in terms angling that ball into the batsman, and really was a good line, good length. Maybe in an effort to try to get the ball to move away, just seemed to have lost his shape and if going wide outside the off stump. Maybe it's all in an effort to try to get the ball to go the next way.
Yeah, so far he has gone well. 2 overs, 3 runs. We'll take this as a good start. We'll want to continue to ask questions of the batters.
But his strength just seemed to be bringing the ball back in. That really seemed to be where his strength lies.
And this time guilty of being too full there, Francis. And Pascal needed no invitation to get this one into the cover region. 4 beautiful looking runs from Stefan Pascal. Really, he waited for the right delivery, and he just dispatched it with ease.
Yeah, beautiful shot, over pitch, outside the off stump, and given the right treatment as he came forward and placed it through that cover region. Actually, nobody moved. He hit it so well. That it sped across the surface. And Pascal moves his score to 19. But really is beginning to look more and more comfortable as that ball was hit sweetly through the covers.
Yeah, really good timing, good placement. He came down on that delivery just at the right time. Just opened the face and guided it past the fielders there who had no chance of even moving.
So there have been some adjustment to the field. Cover field is now placed on the boundary. It's a third man. That's the 2 fielders out. And there's a slip backward point cover, an extra cover. Heavily packed offside field. Clipped off the pads and race across the square leg region for 4. Again, over pitch on the legs. And really, as we said, Clyde had no second invitation, but played this really sweetly through square leg for 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, somehow I think that went really close to the fielder there. Maybe the fielder didn't really pick it up, but certainly that one was well timed.
It went really quickly.
So Francis, 1 delivery remaining in his third over. That one is, again, hit into the boundary at mid-wicket, and Pascal dealing in boundaries. He's braced on to 27 from some 21 deliveries, and he looks to be in the mood to score some runs today.
Yeah, good shot. Again, delivery pitch up on the legs, and he hit it through mid-wicket. Not as square as the previous one, but a straighter. And past the mid-wicket fielder. And the leg side field being there, just 3 fielders on the leg side, so there's loads of spaces. And he played it through that mid-wicket area. And because it's second boundary of the over, so we have the completion of 6 overs, Dominica. And they're endeavoring to get 224 for victory. Toussaint only on 2. Not a worry. I think Pascal is scoring at a good pace. Run rate 5.67.
Again, another badly lined delivery. The field really not set for this type of bowling. So Toussaint will want to get back to the program, back to the plan that has been set, and get that ball just outside the off stump, maybe moving away slightly, just to put some doubt into the batsmen's minds.
Yeah, Toussaint missed out on that full toss. So it's actually Toussaint. He would have missed out on that full toss. Get it down to forward square leg for 2. Again, just 2 fielders on the leg side. It's a wide mid-on, long leg on the boundary.
Yeah, so Skipper Murray will want to maybe just make a little change to the field. Try and see how he can cut off the easy singles. And just look to build a bit of pressure. Really do not want these 2 to really get too settled. I think they've already looked settled, but you just want to offset them somewhat. Now we've seen a change in the field. The offside just strengthened a bit.
Yeah, I was just about to say the long leg now has been pulled up from off the boundary. And he's more in a sort of backward square, short fine leg. So anything that goes maybe to his left or to his right. Another boundary, and this one is driven through covers. Pascal once again dealing in boundaries, over pitch delivery, and it just went past the cover fielder, and he picking up another boundary.
Yeah, I like the idea there of Toussaint in terms of trying to maintain the off stump, asking him to drive, but really you can't overpitch to the likes of Stefan Pascal.
And this one goes through mid-wicket yet for another boundary. Ball pitched up, and he stroked it through mid-wicket region, which is vacant, picking up another boundary. It's tough. It's tough on the bowler Toussaint because certainly you had to be conscious with just two persons on the leg side in terms of your line, and yet even on bowling on the off stump, you had to be careful in terms of the length that you bowl, and we have seen him being hit for 4, both on the offside and on the leg side.
I think this is more of the length that you're looking for, where you ask the batsman to come forward and to reach, just tempting him to play away from the body somewhat.
I think the difference we would have seen with the Dominican bowlers is that they would use the slow ball, the variation, use the slow ball every now and again. So it makes it a little more difficult for you going into the drive. One can remember the batting of Raquel Sylvester. And, the plan to have him drive consistently outside the off stump. And actually, they got him out with a slow one that was hit down to mid-off and presented a comfortable catch. So they would have to look at the variation and the line in which they bowl.
Well, at the start of over number 8, they score 46 without loss. Dominica in response to the Grenada on the 19 total of 223. And the 8th over will be bowled by Cutson Murray. He will be bowling to Stefan Pascal. Quite an interesting contest. Previous game, Grenada versus Dominica. Murray got Pascal very early. So Pascal did not get off, but quite a different story here. He's already in. He seems set. He's striking it really well. And I do believe that Murray will have a task to get him out from here.
I would love to see. I would love to see Murray coming from the southern end, with the breeze blowing across the field. He taking the ball mainly away from the right-handed batter, coming from this end with the help from the breeze. I would have really loved to see how we're going to bowl from this end. It's the same thing I was saying in last suggest. Sometimes you change it around. Lovely shot. And that's going to go very close. Actually goes over the ropes for another beautiful shot. Well played by Pascal. Ball over pitch. And just ease into it and stroke it through the covers. And pick it up on another 4. That brings the Dominica 50 up. And that 50 coming in 7.2 overs. And see Pascal on 40.
Yeah, that was expertly played by Pascal. He just leant on it. The fielder was there at mid-off rather, but he had to do some running. And the timing in which he hit this one, it really ran away from the fielder who really couldn't do anything to try to reel it in.
Positive start by Dominica. Scoring at 6.82. Now we have seen some adjustment. Now the slips has been taken out. So let's see. Third man back, cover back. So that's the 2 fielders that is out. We see. Yeah.
So the pressure is really on the Grenadian team to break this partnership. It's been a dominant partnership by Stefan Pascal. He's contributed some 40 runs in quick time, 26 deliveries for his 40, 35 minutes, and some 8 fours so far.
So now we just slip in Sylvester coming back into play. The cover feel on the boundary is brought up to a normal cover. There's a backward point, there's a third man, there's an extra cover, there's a mid-off. Heavy offside field. If one comes off, let's see, it just keeper trying to make an effort. They just drop in front of him. But it came off the bat. Looking to turn it somebody down the leg side. That's Toussaint.
Look at that one there into the body. Yeah, seemed to have come off the glove. Valiant effort there by the keeper. Really needed a longer dive. I think he may have dived a bit too early.
So he should have get to it, had enough time to get closer to that ball. It seems as though that Kosamori knows something about Toussaint. Has been bowling short, but into the body.
Does seem to be uncomfortable there, Toussaint. So it's 8 overs completed. Dominica 51 without loss. Stefan Pascal, he's not out 41. Darren Toussaint, he's still there at 5. Extras 5. And so Grenada really up against it.
Yeah, they will want to break this partnership. Particularly, I would love to see the back of Stephen Pascal. He had played some good shot. He's 4-1 from 27 deliveries. Already hit 4 fours in his inning, 8 fours, rather. So we have been dealing in boundaries.
So Dominica 50 coming in some 48 deliveries. Really has come at quick time. Some 38 minutes to score their 50. It tells you that the scoring has been free. They've been really free scoring. Pascal looking really good, a good outfield, good batting strip. All the ingredients for scoring runs. And so Pascal has taken the opportunity that has been given to him.
So Jumal Francis, now going to come from this southern end.
Again, the fielders not backing up the bowlers. A misfield there. Allow the batters to cross for 2. Yeah.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a bit of a misfeeling down there at third man. And Pascal realizing that and really come back quickly for two.
And that's where you want to be bowling. That's what we're talking about. Getting that one just to move away from Pascal. He hung the bat, but unfortunately he didn't get a nick.
Yeah, this is the end. I will feel comfortable to see the left-handers bowl. That delivery, this is sort of length and line you want to be bowling from that end.
Pascal just striking there to the sweeper cover. So,
But it gives the bowler a chance with that ball leaving the right hand there, and he's looking drive. He was equal to this one, but it gives you a chance. The ball could always come off the edge. So you shouldn't be too worried about that drive. It was well played by Pascal. He picked up a signal in the process, but should not be too worried about him playing that drive with the ball leaving him. Yeah, once again you see movements, ball moving away. I would think maybe you're trying too hard from the other end. Just trade those deliveries wide off the off stop.
well, I think this is his preferred end. He somehow loves to come from these ends. You look at him in Lassages, that's the same end that he predominantly bowls from. So another quick single taken. Dominica moving on to 55 without loss. We're in over number 9. Really early days in this one. They're chasing a target of 224.
Lifted, good shot. Pitch shot, and Pascal lifted it over mid-wicket, mid-on. Safe shot, confidently played and pick up another boundary.
Yeah, really, you see the confidence in his stroke play. He's really in the zone right now, Stefan Pascal. It will take a lot to dismiss him here. When he gets into a mood like this, tell yourself once he's out there, it will be some really good, attractive cricket.
So it's 59 after 9 overs. Partnership of 59, Pascal 48. Darren Toussaint on 6. Scoring rate just about 6.5.
Team Grenada really needs a breakthrough here. Not just any breakthrough, but I know that they would love to see the back of Stefan Pascal.
So we saw in the last over, just Toussaint having a difficulty against Kotsumori. Not confidently negotiating the deliveries that have been bowled. And here you see this first delivery. Again, just push out, no movement. The ball you're looking to play on the offside ended up in a mid-wicket position. Just need to be careful. He's driving well, and that goes for 4. The room outside the off-stump pitched up. And he hit it really well through cover point position. And really the fielder they had no chance. But I picked up a boundary, which should give him some confidence. He played it well. The most confident shot we would have seen him played against Murray.
Well, he played it well. He got good connection. And the timing was good. It was just a bit airy. But nonetheless, the timing of it got it past the fielder there. And he picks up 4 good-looking, very attractive runs.
So he goes into double figures on 10.
So Grenada bowling here. They really need to get a breakthrough. They want to lift their spirits and this one is turned into the leg side. Go for 1. Come back for 2. We're always in control of that 2. Feel I had quite a bit to do.
Yeah, I think the thing that Dominicans did well was to focus on one side of the wicket, and the seamers, we probably just had to take that approach. When we look at how the field is set, maybe the bowlers have been bowling as accurately as they should. This one goes down to mid-wicket for another 4. A ball pitched up and Toussaint is clipping it to that mid-wicket area and picking up another 4.
Yeah, again, badly line delivery by Murray. And Toussaint, who is getting in now, he seems to be in. Just whipping that one for a good-looking 4. That will give him confidence. That will, give him something to say to Murray, look, you got to bowl well if you're going to get me out.
So we saw him pitch up one fairly outside off, some hit down to square cover, and this one just more on the path and hit to mid-wicket. So yes, you will have to just focus maybe on one side of the wicket. You have the offside field set. No need to keep your link and the line right. Just to keep some sort of control. Well, there are some variation there, slower delivery, even though it was met on the full toss, but already had the batsman in some doubt. So didn't pick it up. A ball that maybe should have been hit straight back past the bowler, but the end of a good over for Dominica. They are raced to 69 without loss after 10 overs. Both batsmen is looking fairly comfortable at the wicket. Pascal would be looking to get yet another 50.
And that will be back-to-back 50s for him once he gets this 2 runs needed. That will be something that he will be happy with. I think the Dominican coaching staff will be happy. It will be good for him in terms of moving ahead, to get maybe towards that 3-figure mark and put something against his name in this year's tournament.
Yeah, and what a good place to have it done. He has a good start. 9 fours so far in his innings. As we see, first hint of spin, Cleveland Bartholomew, who has the most wicket in the tournament, off spinner. And he'll be bowling to Stephen Pascal, the captain of the Dominica team. 48.
And Pascal just looking comfortable there as he comes forward to this one. Bartholomew giving it some air.
that seems to be one of the strategies when he comes into bowl. He always tend to, throw the ball up or pitch it wide off the off stump, encouraging the batsman to reach out for it. That's a full toss. And Toussaint will be disappointed there. There's a cover on the boundary. And there's also a long off.
That's the sort of indecision that you want to create. Toussaint just not really moving out, but pushing the bat. Again.
Yeah, very tentative there. Toussaint.
Foot not really coming across. He's just staying there, and at the last minute seems to be pushing the bat at the ball. And this is something that we spoke about again. You look at Bartholomew as he's about to bowl. There's no hint that the batter wants to come forward. The feet seem to be stuck, and he's just pushing the bat, hoping to cover the line.
Yeah.
Batting towards the spinner, you want to get there. You want that front foot to be as light as possible so you can step out to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, well, that's one of the weaknesses we would have picked up in the batting of most of the players we would have seen.
At this stage, we need to get our players to learn the proper transfer of weight in terms of striking the cricket ball and getting it in the maximum power, even when you get close to it. Notice a lot of them, they tend to just push, and the feet is not really moving towards the line of the ball.
So Court Murray picks up the attack. And he's bowling from the northern end, or the road end. Pascal on 49. Looking to get his second 50 of the tournament. And there seemed to be some change there. Probably we see that Court Murray was about to bowl his first delivery. There's a change, and it seemed like that's on Mitchell, the leg spinner.
Yeah, I make it Mitchell.
Probably different thinking by the captain. Bowling to a slip, backward point, cover on the boundary, cover, short mid-off, and a long off on the offside. Grenada looking to pick up their first wicket. And this one is stroke to cover. And this one, I see Pascal completing the second 50. He took a single from that delivery. Stroke to cover. 71 without loss.
Yeah, again, good going, good start there by Pascal. He now wants to convert this into a three-figure score. He's been striking it really well, and one will hope and one will expect that he will go on to get the three figures.
Yeah, he gets a start as required, a good start. And really one would hope from a Dominica point of view that he will stick there, continue to bat. Just probably start to restart his inning.
And this will be a really good matchup. Cut Murray and Stefan Pascal.
This is where we really expect the real competition will come now as this slot bowlers comes on to bowl. Dominica would have made probably maximum use of the power play, first 10 overs. Good delivery again. Good length delivery by Mitchell. So on going through Pascal. Probably the first delivery we have seen beating the batter of Pascal. Completes a very good over. Mitchell in his first over is going for 2. 72 without loss. Probably just for the 152 runs required. Well, if my maths is right,
Yeah,
they require 224 for victory.
Just about 152 needed. So far, Dominica looking really poised to get that 152. Grenadians are they're toiling and looking for a breakthrough, trying to find something to motivate them. So Bartholomew continues. Pascal just punching that one out there to the man at deep cover who had to run in. And really not looking in any sort of trouble, Stefan Pascal. Bartholomew will want to show the selectors the reason why he's at the top of the table. He needs a breakthrough here. Toussaint again pushes through the offside.
Yeah, we just continue to see a casual play. The ball given some air and tossed up. And Toussaint came forward there.
That's it, Steph. That's it, Steph.
Again, good positive running. The spare had decreased for some 58 minutes, so they seem to understand each other a lot better. It was a really quick single taken. And Pascal just coming forward and stroking on the onside. Picking up a very easy single. 13 overs gone. The Dominican in response to Grenada's 223 for 8. They are 76 without loss, requiring another 148 runs for victory. It's going to be a water break. And while the players and match officials get their break, we will take a break. And we'll be back with you in a few moments' time.
So we're back here at Progress Park, just refreshing ourselves a bit. Dominica 76 without loss. Desron Mitchell, the right-arm leg spinner, continues from that northern end. Bowling to just one attacking fielder, maybe this short cover. Quiet period. Grenada would be hoping to pick up a wicket. Has been a good start by Dominica. So that fielder just to the left of the bowler, not very far, just to the right of him. Actually, on one of the wickets, swung down to mid wicket, but there's a fielder on the boundary. 78. Grenada will be hoping that the spinner's going to come into the own, maybe pick up a few wickets. So far, it has all been Dominica.
Stifle the runs, maybe get a breakthrough from there. Still hope. It's just that it's a bit closer from Progress Park to get there.
You're certainly right. Yeah, that has been the pattern. However, this first game that have been played here, we didn't see much of it in the Grenada inning. They was able to push the spinners around, and based on what we are seeing out there, does not indicate that they should be too much a problem in terms of pushing the spinners around. But you never know what 1 or 2 wickets can cause.
Quite agree with you. You never know what 1 or 2 can cause.
Clevan Bartholomew so far has 12 wickets in the tournament. Known to be a bowler that takes wicket. Pascal was beaten outside there off some pushing at this one that seemed to have gone straight on.
Yeah, really, nothing has really beaten his bat that often. So a plus for Bartholomew.
I think what would be important for the Dominica team, the batters, is that they continue to play positive. They wouldn't want to dig themselves into a hole and find themselves not scoring, and the spinners get on top.
Yeah, again, a good looking shot there by Toussaint. Toussaint just growing in confidence somewhat. Striking the ball really nicely now.
And often when we speak, things happen. Pascal looking to cut. It was a quicker delivery. A bit close to him for that shot also. Bartholomew has picked up wicket in every match that he played. 2 hauls of 3.
And you see, looking at that last shot, that fielder there at short mid-wicket, the approach of the Grenadians now, they need a breakthrough. He needs to be a bit more, a little bit faster. Maybe put some doubt in the minds of the batters whether they can get that single or not. And I think these are the little things that they can do to help themselves to sort of get into this game and really maybe look to make a charge for victory. Can't be too flat-footed. Can't be too calm about the situation. You need a breakthrough, and so you need to create it somehow. Again, the Dominicans looking in total control. Pascal 56, Toussaint 20. Are we going to see the first 100-run opening stand? The openers really haven't given us that sort of platform in the matches that we've played. So this may just be the first one.
They are 17 runs adrift. As you see now that, as you rightly see, the spinners are a little more caution. Not the fluency.
Going down.
Another good shot there by Toussaint. He's really settled well. Showing that he has good patience. Again, not the sort of fielding that you need at this time. So at the end of 16 overs, Dominica, in response to Grenada's 223, they are 85 without loss, requiring a further 139 to win, with some 34 overs remaining. So lots of time in this one.
Yeah, good start by Dominica. He had lots of time. 34 overs were really a lot of overs to go to get to just over 130. It's been a good and positive start by the Dominican pair. We have seen Pascal in the second 50 of the tournament, and as you say, Toussaint coming into his own. And that's a hit over long off for big six. Full toss there, and Pascal giving it the full treatment as he step across and lifted it over wide mid off for six.
Yeah, really deserved the sort of treatment that it got. Full toss outside the line of the stump. All he had to do was to make connection and lift it, and that's all he needed to do. And he did it very well, Stefan Pascal. Clearing the rope, 6 more runs to him, and that will do a lot for him in terms of just giving him the confidence that he can go on and maybe get the 3-figure score.
So that is first six that actually went right over the fencing. So outside the plains, the playing area. And Progress Park, really a full-size boundaries.
And just guilty of chasing one there, Pascal.
So Pascal has hit 9 fours and 1 6 so far. This one is driven, let's see, a bit loosely there outside the off stump. Let's look at that replay, see how close it went up. Actually went down to the boundary for 4. But one get the impression with the hands in the air. Let's see how close it went to the fielder. Let's hope we can.
Yeah, again, we continue to speak about the movement of the fielders in the field, and they're just a bit flat-footed, they're just a bit lethargic, and that one really deserved to be caught. Really do need a bit more effort and energy to back up the bowling. The wicket is already a good one for batting, but you have to create chances. You take your chances when they're created.
That completes the fourth over by Bartholomew. So far, he has gone for 17. And, it's 95 without loss, and we had some 17 overs completed. Dominica, quite a strong reply. They need to get 224 and make it 119.
Yeah, they require 129.
129.
So another boundary there to the Dominican, to Saint in this. Just getting down and swiveling on this one. Really sped across the outfield. More importantly for him, there was no one there. So 4 runs to Darren Toussaint. He moves on to 25. Total 99 without loss.
It's just growing in confidence. It's Toussaint. 25 from 48 deliveries.
Right there, that will bring up the 100-run partnership for this pair. So we have the first 100-run partnership of this year's tournament. And really, kudos to Stefan Pascal and Darren Toussaint, really getting a good landmark here.
Yeah, very good opening stand. And Toussaint really playing a good hand, very positive. And he's hustling very quickly, looking for 2. And they really come back for easy 2 runs. Just seemingly has taken the fight out of the Grenadian team.
Yeah, this partnership really has taken the sting out of them. Still a long way in the context of 50-over cricket. Just need to stay positive. Look for the breakthrough, make the half chances into chances. You know, try to create some doubt in the batter's mind, create some opportunity, whether it be in the field or run out. Need to lift their spirits if they're going to really stay in this contest, because Dominica is looking to run away.
Yeah, they just need to remain positive. All it probably needs is a wicket or 2 that can just change the tide, just change things around. So far, Dominica seems just to be running out with it, very comfortable. As you see the completion of the 18th over, 104 without loss. Pascal on 72, and Darren Toussaint on 26. They're going at just about 5.7, 5.78.
Well, I think they probably would have listened to the last few games and the way we commented in terms of the scores that the batters have been getting. And so we've seen a really good effort here by this pair to really stay out in the middle and to bat and really show the sort of batsmanship that we know, these teams possess.
Yeah, and batters with ability, you in a good position on a good pitch. 104 without loss. You wouldn't want to give it away, but you'll want to really put your head down and bat. And the captain, who's on 72, certainly shouldn't look to really give it away at this time.
So it's going to be Bartholomew to continue. He has bowled some 4 overs for 17, yet to pick up a wicket. Certainly will need some inspiration here. Again, it's a little bit of hesitation.
Yeah, probably a little bit of misfeeling there. Give the opportunity to the batters to come through for a single.
Fielding really not helping the cause of the Grenadians. Just seem to be a little too flat-footed. Pascal just drives this one expertly to the man at deep cover. Pick up again another easy single. So looking pretty comfortable, Stefan Pascal. Again, this one side the line of the stump, and ever confident Darren Toussaint just pushes it to the man there at deep mid wicket, deep cover rather, and get another single.
Yeah, just picking up the singles. 5 singles already in this over. It's turning it around. Full toss. Pascal will be disappointed. Didn't do much more, but just stroking it back to the bowler. It's complete the 19th over. Pascal being on 73. Darren Toussaint on 28. Dominica 107. We require further 117 for victory. 31 overs.
Going, guys. Going down.
Court Murray pick up the attack. Taking over from Desron Mitchell.
Now.
Maintaining the attacking field in one slip. A bit of a short mid-off. Mid-off for extra cover, very short.
Keep going down. Keep going down.
Court Murray has had a good tournament so far. Get some runs and bowled rather tightly. Pick up the amount of wicket I assume he expected. But has caused a lot of concern for batters. Rather cool conditions here at Progress Park. They're doing it in singles, 110.
Well, while we have lots of runs being scored here in our second innings, down at the Roy St. John playing field, it's a totally different case. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in response to St. Lucia's 256, they are 79 for 5. So they are finding it tough, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, St. Vincent up against it. 256. Well, yeah, we did see they should get up to 250. 256 of the second highest team score in the tournament. At Progress Park here. Grenada up against it. Dominica 110 without loss.
And they just require another 114 runs to win. So they're looking poised.
But it's never over until it's over. Things can change very quickly.
And while I quite agree with you, the way that these two have gone along does not suggest that they intend to get out. Mixing their defense with good and proper aggression, not trying anything fancy, just good proper ball striking. So you see it here, taking the easy single that is on offer. So there's nothing much for them to worry about.
Yeah, there's really no need to rush. I think they have been turning the strike around, picking up the singles and importantly putting away the bad deliveries. This one clipped off the leg. They will look for a second run here. And, easily taken. So good work by this pair. They are picking up the singles and they're not afraid to put away the bad deliveries. We have seen in this innings quite a number of boundaries have been struck. We see the batting of Pascal. He has so far hit 10 fours and 1-6. Then we see Darren Toussaint. He has also hit 3 fours in this inning. Run rate, quite a good run rate, 5.38.
Yeah, again, the fielders not really supporting the bowlers. Nicely played there by Pascal, just coming back and tucking it around. Tells you the clarity that he has in his mind right now as he moves on to 77. He's not flustered, he's not bothered. Everything going their way.
Yeah, Yeah, he really would be disappointed to get out at this stage, the way he's looking and the way he's playing. He will want to certainly make a big one, get on the pass, the 3-digit mark, and back to bring his team home.
For some reason, the Grenadian fielders just seem to be bobbling the ball somewhat.
Yeah, we would have seen last two deliveries, misfield, one to backward point, one to long on. This one comes off the edge. He's looking for the big drive. Probably not going to get to the boundary, but they're probably going to pick up two. Pascal looking to hit this one through the covers. Went past the first slip.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see that one again. You look, it's just, you try to find inspiration somewhere. And just as you said, that he doesn't look, that one comes off the edge. Luckily for him, it was away from the slip fielder. So he needs to be careful here, Pascal. He doesn't want to get himself out at this stage. I think for the sake of the tournament, we want him to stay there and get on. For the sake of the Grenadians, they will want to see the back of him.
Yeah, you'd want to, when you are in, you want a baton. You want a baton. And you know, as you said, he got his first 50, previous game 68. Was it 68 not out or you? But having 68 and you are batting here, no, you're 79 and playing on what is a good pitch. You want to take advantage of this situation. You want to bat on. And his intention really should be to bat right through the inning.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. You want to remain out there. You are the batter that, in our view, is class above. You've been at the highest level, the Volcanoes level.
This one is it straight.
This one.
And back for a maximum.
Really good, clean hit in there. Good ball striking from Stefan Pascal. Just lifting this one nicely over the top. There was no question as to how far it will go. Clear zero by some distance. And that's the confidence of the man, Pascal. Really saying to Bartholomew, it's going to take some. He's prepared to hit the big shot. He's not afraid. He's not going to allow the bowlers to tie him up in any way. He will express himself.
So that's the second six he has hitting this inning. This one really looked the part. White signal day, but this one really hit it straight. That's a big six. Actually, has hit 2 sixes, which has really went way beyond the boundary. He's really looking good at 85. Dominica now needs some 98 runs. It has been a dream start. But when you are in and you have batsmen that is doing well, you want to see them go on. You want to see them go on, get big scores.
Yeah, I quite agree. The batters that we've seen, quite a few of them have gotten starts and really have failed to convert these starts into big scores, big totals. And this is the best time to begin to do that, so that as you move your way up the levels, you know, your teammates and your team management can have the confidence that you know what it is to score big runs, what it means to stay out there for long periods and concentrate on your batting.
So you're actually preparing to win a tournament, which means that you must win this game. Important that you win this game, just to give yourself the best chance. Certainly, you have a Winlott tournament, a West Indies tournament to follow. So really, you want to take this form. You want to get used to scoring big totals. 150, 68, you know you are 85, you want to go on. And then continue with the next inning. The consistency is so important, and that's what's going to take you forward. Not to make one big score now, and then you have 3-4 matches down the road before you make another score. So one would hope, for the benefit of his game and the Dominica team, that he continue to bat on.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, Grenada would want to turn this around, but
certainly you want to make sure that, as you rightly said, getting into these tournaments, and I think this is something that our youngsters they have to get accustomed to being out in the middle. Runs are scored not in the pavilion, but it's out in the middle. And so the more they can stay out there during matches, it augurs well for them, in terms of their ability to concentrate as they move out. So the next tournament will be the West Indies U-19 tournament. You have the likes of Pascal, maybe a Fontaine. These guys have to really, the Murrays, they really have to show that they have the powers of concentration to stay there and to score big runs for the Winlott Islands.
Yeah, and it's so important. Probably might be going into the longer portions of the game, and having the basics, you could continue to pick up on that. And one would hope, really, for the benefit of Winlott cricket, that young players take the opportunities. This is a pitch. You get in as a batsman, you have to take the opportunity and score big. You wouldn't always get situation like this that is friendly to you. So you want to push on. Shouldn't be satisfied with a 80. Shouldn't even be satisfied with just 100. But you want to go on.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. So we're going to have the continuation of the over. And a chance created there. And so I think this is the second time we're seeing Pascal just a little bit out of character from what we've seen from him for this today. Getting the outside edge, keeper unable to hold on.
So we've seen most of the batsmen struggle with that ball that gives some air outside the off stump, some of them going straight on. And we have seen that Bartholomew have been very successful in picking up wicket there. And this one just seemingly would have come off the edge, and Grenada having to just change the keeper because of a knock. But one would expect that you would hold those catches. Just came off. They pick up a single in the process. But the consistency of Bartholomew, consistent line outside the off stump, he really attacks the batters just outside the off stump. So getting some to turn back and some to go straight on. And that sometimes creates a problem in the batsman picking up the straighter one. That's what happened in that last over there to Pascal. So he probably would have just got a life. He remains on 86, 127 without loss, Dominica.
Yeah, Dominica in good control of this match. Pascal, 86, facing up to Murray. Just covers up and really...
We would have seen or probably used to so much drama in this game of cricket. With glorious uncertainties. And even though Dominica in this driving seat, they will have to continue batting if they're going to get up to 224.
Well, there's always the old analogy that says it's not over until the fat lady sings. It's not over until it's over. So, yeah. Never know, the glorious, uncertain game called cricket. Break a partnership and one brings two and two brings three, and you have a slide that persons never imagined could have happened.
Murray continued to attack the stumps.
Good sharp single. Would have been pretty close. And this one just stroked the man there at cover. Another over, another Murray over comes to an end. At the end of 3 overs, he's bowled these 3 overs for 9 runs. Yet to pick up a wicket. Any of the bowlers, rather, they are yet to pick up a wicket. And so they will certainly need to pick up one. They are ever going to really challenge these Dominican batters.
Yeah, Murray continues to make the batsman play every delivery. He has been there and thereabout, attacks the stumps, and really does not give much away. And this one.
Yeah, got a straight hit there by Pascal. Picks up another single.
Quite a strong reply from Dominica. This one is hit down to mid-wicket. We'll come back for 2. Shot seemingly hit across the line there. But got in no bat on it. And hit it down to wide long on.
Again, another gift from Bartholomew. Just guilty of being a bit too full here. And to Saint not really needing to do anything much. Just had to play through the line of it, beat the man there at the short cover. And it was always going to race away to the boundary once it beats him. So good looking runs to him. He moves on to 40. It's a good knock of 40 for him.
So we have seen him play the shot. This is second time in over he played the shot. The first one he hit down to a wide long and he picked up 2. And just seeing a sense of anxiousness. And you look at the swing across the off spinner, and that one just seemed to straighten. I just missed the off stump.
Well, at the halfway stage of this Dominican reply, Dominica, they are 135 without loss. Stefan Pascal, he's on 88 not out, while Darren Toussaint, he's on 40 not out. There were some 7 extras bowled so far by Team Grenada. And so Dominica really in a strong position to win this one.
Yeah, very good position. They make it 89 in 25 overs. still have all the 10 wickets in hand.
You know, we'll be hoping for something somewhere. Again, Pascal playing into that vacant fine leg region. Soft hands, just allowing it to come and just turning the face of the bat. Not really looking to hit it hard. And picks up another 2 runs.
Yeah, well played as he turned it, and that vacant leg slip position. The fielder from slip having to run around. Pick up 2 important runs. He takes him into the 90s on 90. Ball again played almost in the exact position. The slip fielder have some more work to do. Run into that backward square position. Pascal moves to 92. 139 without loss, Dominica. For that 85 runs required.
Murray just teasing Pascal there, asking him to come after him. Let's see if he will try it again. This time he's back at the line of the stump. You may just need to tease him a bit more and hope that he will play a rash shot. So that brings an end to the 26th over. And the humid conditions out there will require a water break. And so they're going to take a quick water break. We here will take a quick water break, and we will be back with you shortly.
First time I see that. Pass that right over. You might give to him. Decide that. No, that's every verse. That's very every verse. Very every verse. Camera, no quality. 85 from
So we're back after the drinks break. And we are going to see, we're going to see Bartholomew continuing. He's into his 9th over. His 9th over. He's gone for 39. He's yet to pick up a wicket. Grenada really yet to get a breakthrough in this one. It's been tough going for them, as Dominica has really settled in to a nice groove here. And so they will be hoping that this pair will remain out there for the duration of this match. And I think this will be an absolute statement by them if they were to stay there and bring up the 84 runs that they need without losing any wickets. We continue to say the wicket is good for batting, a quick outfield. So everything is there for batters to really score runs. While signaled by the umpire, Bartholomew just asking the batter to come after him. Maybe just chase a wide one. Looking to change his approach there, Bartholomew. Pascal just pulling this one. Wasn't all that short, but he placed it well. And they crossed for 2. What's important there is the placement on this one. Fielder had to run around and cut it off. So he had the opportunity to get 2 more. So he moves on to 94, Stefan Pascal, eyeing what would be a really solid 100. It will be a testament of the talent that he has. Bartholomew to Pascal. Just pushes it. Pushing it there to backward square and picking up 2 more runs. Really exploiting the field well, Pascal. He's really maneuvered the ball well. He's struck it fiercely when he had to. He nudged and pulled. He punched. I think he brought out every shot. There he is, back on the back foot and just cutting that one. Picking up another single, so he moves on to 97. Total moving on to 146 without loss, Grenada, requiring another 78. They have lots of time to do this. Meanwhile, at the Roy St. John playing field, St. Vincent and the Grenadines responding to a target of 256 set by St. Lucia. They are 106 for 4. Renoli Hillock on 3, and Kevin Joseph, he's on 25. Murray. And Pascal brings up another 2, moves him on to 99. So he's eyeing us a century. And so far in this tournament, the Dominicans are once he gets past this, onto this 100, they will be the only team to have centurions. Fontaine, he got a really good-looking 100 in the first match against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And here, Pascal, he's just 1 away from what would be another really good century for Team Dominica. Murray. Pascal just pushing there. And there he goes. Stefan Pascal bringing up his 100. He must be elated at this. He's been there, started the tournament, really didn't start in good fashion. But in the last 2 games, he has really come to the party. He has really begun to show the sort of class that he is. He's class above. He's one of the more experienced players in this tournament, having played for the Winlott Volcanoes. And so definitely he will be happy with what he has accomplished so far. Still some ways to go. It's not the end of the match. So kudos to Stefan Pascal, really doing the business here for Dominica as they forge ahead. They require another 75 for victory. So I know that the Dominican fans will certainly be supporting and Pascal and his efforts here today. It's been a really good effort of Pascal. He's been really circumspect. He's been in total control. And so everyone, I think everyone who has viewed the tournament will be happy for Stefan Pascal having gotten to this landmark.
Yeah, it has been a tremendous knock. He came out rather positively and really played a good innings. Pascal, that 100 only took 90 deliveries, 110 minutes, 10 fours and 2 sixes. So it was a positive inning. It's not that he was bogged down, but he really played well. Played a captain inning. It probably give Dominica the sort of start they need to get out that score of 224. And really, from a Dominica point of view, they want him to continue batting. 150 up. 28.1 over. And what a tremendous start for Dominica.
Yeah, really good hits in there. Dominicans really showing that they are out for victory in this year's tournament.
And I remember in that Dominica would have lost was it Dominica lost it for? No, it was, I think they defeated St. Vincent in the first game, yeah. And really would have played well through the tournament. So they actually has 2 players, 2 Centurions on the team. And there's no sense of letting up. 152. Bartholomew is into his 10th over. He has so far gone for 50. Probably is a first inning that you would have probably bowled if he doesn't get a wicket in the next 3 deliveries. First game you'd have bowled and have not picked up the wicket.
Yeah, certainly. It's been hard going out there for Bartholomew. Really not getting any chances to celebrate or, to move his tally forward. He was the leading wicket taker coming into this one. And so, a bit of a lull there for him. It's not bowled badly throughout the tournament. But again, as we said, the spinners, they really bowled well and the batters were a bit tentative. Now we see Pascal and even the Grenadian pair of Murray, they really were positive against the spinners. So at the end of his spell, Bartholomew is 10 overs, going for 53, picking up no wickets at all in this one. And he will have to wait until tomorrow to see if he can add to his tally. But certainly he has bowled well throughout the tournament. The figures that you see here is not really reflective of the sort of bowling spells that he had.
So at this stage, I think one would think that probably maybe the captain, maybe Cosmore, maybe should try from this bottom end, see if anything going to happen, give himself maybe a 2 overs, and then probably back with the leg spin of Desmond Mitchell. This is the ideal end. No, they have been able to pick up a wicket, but you know how to try different things.
Pascal just punching that one. Taking an easy single. Rotation of strike has been pretty easy for him. So Murray continues to toil. 5.2 overs, none for 17. One just a bit wide. Sweeper has some work to do, covers ground well. More importantly, Toussaint, who has
Toussaint getting close. He's 50. He's 45. Started a bit shakily, but seemingly has come into his own.
Yeah, he has certainly come into his own and has hit some 4-4s and has nudged and pushed and really batted well. Certainly think he will be happy if he brings up his 50 here.
He had a little difficulty with Court Murray when he came on to bowl, but outside of that, really well.
Again, the fielding of the Grenadians not really helping their cause. So Toussaint, he moves to 46. Importantly, the Dominican score moves on to 160 without loss, requiring another 64 runs to win. And they have some 20 overs in which they need to do so.
Yeah, really in a comfortable position. Pascal 104, 46 to Toussaint. Really, they should get there quite easily. Let's see who is going to come now. We see that Toussaint is coming back from this end. What you probably would have wanted to do now is to make sure that you try your other bowlers coming from this end. Maybe Toussaint want to come back, you try him from the other end. In a situation like this, you really have to try and use all the options. And
yeah, I quite agree with you there. You want to use whatever options available. Right now, you are behind the 8 ball.
Anything that could benefit the team, you try to do so. I would have loved to see the captain coming from this end.
Yeah, Murray has bowled. That's Cut Murray has bowled well, 6 overs for 20. Just could keep him up there at that end. And as you say, experiment on this end and see how you can get the breakthrough that maybe will allow for a Dominican slide. Saint into his 5th over. This is his 2nd spell. So far in this over, it's cost 1 run. His previous 4 overs went for 29.
So as we look at the leg side field, see basically a straight line, hit 2 mid-wicket for 4. Ball pitched up, and the whip it should be between mid-wicket and mid-on. And they picked up another important boundary. Pascal moves 108. Dominica 165 without loss. really has been a tremendous reply. Dominica trying to get to 224 for victory.
Yeah, they're in total command here, Dominica. Have their feet on the accelerator and there's no letting up. The Grenadian team just doing all that they can to assist them, getting closer. Fielding has really not been top-notch. It has not been anywhere close. Misfields and bobbles, and it really doesn't help your cause when you're chasing a wicket. They're still looking for a wicket. None has fallen. So you're hunting there to see if you can get a breakthrough and maybe just try to claw your way back into the game. The body language of the Grenadian doesn't say that they really want something to happen.
And with a fairly stiff breeze now blowing here, certainly probably would have been nice to see the left-hander coming from this end, or even leg spinner. As we see, as we realize that heavy breeze is now coming across the ground. Dominica continue to press on. 168 without loss. We still have 19 overs remaining. Just about 56 runs required for victory. Let's see. Really have been a tremendous performance by the Dominica team. Yeah, and even as we look back at the Grenada batting, 223, based on where they were going with the two Murray brothers in bat, we would have felt pretty much they'll probably get maybe close to 300. Again, good bowling by the Dominica team. Limit them to 223. Dominica came out and this batting display. Sort of strengthened the fact that they would have bowled very well to reach Grenada to 223.
Yeah, I certainly think at the halfway mark of this one, the momentum was with Dominica. They went back into the dressing room feeling happy that they were able to restrict that lineup. Got some key wickets at key times. So they felt and they knew for a fact that just getting them under 250 was a big win for them. And so far, the batters have shown that they were correct in terms of having that confidence that they can overhaul this target. And what was even more impressive, or what has been more impressive, is the way they have approached the game. The pacers on, it's easy to manipulate the ball, maneuver the ball, quick outfield, you get value for your shots, and they took full value from the opening burst from Grenada. Another single to Toussaint, moves him to 48.
Yeah, moves closer to that 50 mark. Yeah, batted well. He has been there for 92 deliveries, 124 minutes. This one will fine, goes down to the boundary. And let's see if we get some bat onto that. Umpire signal. Yeah, another 4 to Pascal. This one's just slanting down the leg side from Murray, and he helped it along. And with the long leg backward square, which is wide, this fossil fuel, I just have to run to retrieve. That takes Dominica closer, 174. Pascal, 114. The sun continues to shine brightly here at Progress Park. Let's see, allow the final delivery. Murray, it's 7 over, done for 26. Dominica, 174 without loss. What has been really a mammoth inning. And it's Stephen Pascal, the captain. Maurice, 7 overs, going for 26. Toussaint, 5 overs so far for 35. He's going to continue from the southern end. Ball into Toussaint, who will be looking to get his 50.
Well, while Grenada continues to toil here at the Progress Park, and Dominica continues their dominance in this match, I can tell you St. Lucia, they have been dominant because their match is ended. And they have defeated the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent and the Grenadines could only muster 125 in response to St. Lucia's 256. So victory there to St. Lucia. They will be happy that they got this victory. So they will have a bit of momentum going into the final day.
Yeah, good victory by St. Lucia, 126-run victory. 125. Certainly they will come back strongly to win that encounter. Probably haven't been the best tournament for St. Lucia. They boast of some really good players at the top.
So Toussaint moves one closer to picking up a half century here in this one. Dominica moves to 175 without loss. Certainly the biggest opening stand in the tournament so far. And the way they look comfortable, they just seem unbothered.
It might be interesting to check our stats to see the winner on the 19 tournament, the biggest opening stand. Probably may have to check Robertson. We could try to see what we can get in regards to that. But I cannot remember an opening stand in a winners tournament probably for the last 20 years or so, being involved in winners cricket. Really.
So certainly these two have really done well. They have been on song, batted really well, and what is impressive is just the fact that they bat with little or no risk.
He lifted this one. What a beautiful shot is that. Powerful shot. He picked this one on the up. Shot his delivery outside there after some lifting. And just go with the tide and lifted it over long on for 6.
Yeah, that's the class of Pascal. It does make batting seem simple. And when he's in, he really is in. And Dominica will be happy. Dominican fans will be happy to see the way he has gone about today.
Yeah, very calculated inning played by Pascal. That's his third 6. He has hit in the inning. So it concludes over number 33, still 17 overs. There's somebody I think mentioned that if Dominica could win this game with quite a number of overs remaining. And at 181, there's 17 overs to go. Really, they have put themselves in a position to win rather easily.
Yeah, certainly in a position where they can win. Grenada desperately in need of a breakthrough. They will want to see how they can claw their way back. Still 43 to get, so we know that cricket is really a game of glorious uncertainties. Once things are mathematically possible, there's always a chance.
And Toussaint looking to tickle this one down the leg side, which would have been miss 50, just missing. The appeal went up. Certainly seemed to be missing the leg stump.
Again, another misfield. And that brings up Darren Toussaint's 50. A wonderful knock for him. Take a bow. That's it. He takes a bow. He must be really happy with himself and the fact that he's able to concentrate, the fact that he's able to spend this long. His 50, 96 deliveries, and he has spent a total of 131 minutes out there. I mean, this is really good, awesome batting from this youngster.
Yeah, good knock. Really has been a good foil to Pascal. They batted well in tandem. And coming off a hard-working 50. He looked very happy. He got at 50.
Yeah, certainly something to be happy about. So, another 50 being scored in this year's tournament. We continue to see how good the pitches are for batting. So the batters left it to the last two rounds to really come to the party in terms of batting. Seen St. Lucia scoring 256 today. And Grenada 224, and Dominica in a strong position here to win this one. They're poised to overhaul this total of 224. And Pascal goes. This one is lifted high, handsome. It's gone. 6 more. Stefan Pascal really now looking to turn up the heat on the Grenadian bowling.
Yeah, good shot. Ball given some air and went down and lifted it over wide mid-wicket for 6. And Pascal continues to show the confidence, continues to show the ability they have to really clear this boundary, which is not a short boundary. But easily hit it over that mid-wicket area for 6 and pushes the score to 128, 191. Dominica.
This will certainly be a landmark if this pair were to remain out here.
What should have been taken there in the covers, a ball which was shorted to use back and again trying to punch it to pierce the gap. And ball just seemingly dropped. We make it from here really, should have got both hands to it, and that might be Jumel Francis in that area. He just seemed to drop just in front of him and went down in the offside. They pick up a single there. But look, that catch just should have been taken.
Yeah, really should have been taken. Fielders really not responding to try to make something happen. Yeah, have been out of sorts, if I may say so. not really helping their cause, and so definitely a chance goes a begging. Partnership of 192.
Still 16 overs remaining, 34 overs bowled. Two Saints.
He is into his 7th over. Pascal again pushes through the offside. Picking up an easy single. Moves his total to 130.
And I think what is important for players as Pascal is that they continue to score big runs. This is the second score over 50. And it's like a habit. You want to develop that habit. In that the time it goes to the wicket, you look to score big.
Well, what happens a lot for batters or even bowlers is that when you begin to do well and that confidence is grown, it could be a very dangerous thing.
Hit through mid-wicket, it's going to run close to the boundary. Again, it probably will stop just inside the boundary. But quick hands, you can see the quick hands there as he sort of clipped it through mid-wicket. And Pascal picking up another 2 runs.
So the total moves to 196, just 4 runs away from the 200-run opening stand. They require another 28 to win. Really not any sort of pressure on them. They have 15 overs in which they can do so. It's been a comfortable, very comfortable run for Dominica in this match. .196 without loss to Saint. Pascal whips this one. Picked up there by the fielder at the forward square, but the batters were always in control and would have always gotten the single.
Yeah, well, good work by Francis there. The ball was traveling quickly. And he moved quickly to his left. But again, the timing, that ball played by Pascal really went, keep him off the bat rather quickly. Swung. Where does this go? Superb shot. Goes all the way. And there was Chusin picking up that short ball and smash it over mid-wicket for 6. And certainly, really a good shot. It tells you he has really grown in confidence, and that brings up the 200 for Dominica.
Well, that shot is definitely a very confident shot. This is what spending time in the middle does for you. You grow in confidence. He's now able to really see the ball. He's seen it very clearly. So he's able to deposit that one over the mid-wicket fence for 6. Really a good-looking shot.
Yeah, takes his total to 57. 35 overs completed.
More importantly, the Dominican score of 200 comes up without losing a wicket.
Yeah, brilliant reply. There have been some sharp chances that was not taken, but all credit. to the batting of this pair.
On my days at school playing sports. Why you think they just have you to put salt in your system when you're cramping?
And Pascal picking up a easy single. And now I'm just coming off the inside edge. Seems looking rather relaxed. Goes after this one. It's gone into the fence. 4 more. And that was a really good shot. It was just short of a length. And down the leg side of it. It's going to turn back, but he was able to get across and to really swing that one past the man at the backward square region there and picking up another 4 runs. So confidence has really, or is at top notch for Toussaint.
Yeah, Toussaint really coming into his own and was quickly into his wicket to swing that delivery down for 4. And it tells you really that his confidence has grown and he's not afraid to play shots. You've seen him play that pull shot for 6. And that was another confident pull down to deep backward square for 4.
So Dominica continues to press on at the end of over number 36. They are 208 without loss, requiring only 16 for victory in this one.
Yeah, tremendous reply. 208 without loss. Going to get 224 for victory. Yeah, you don't often see those sort of score, those sort of reply. 223, you will still feel that if you pick up some early wickets, you know, there's a lot of runs to make. But this pair made it look really simple, like a walk in the park. 208 without loss. And they scored at a very good rate. There's still 14 overs to be bowled.
Yeah, the scoring rate was never an issue for them. They were always in control. They always were able to pick up the boundaries. You know, they found the gap. What was a good feature between them is the running between the wickets. They were able to take 1s and make it into 2s. You know, find the gap. They were able to just rotate and use the little deft touches to make sure that they bring up 1s and 2s. And so this was a good feature within their batting.
So Francis picks up the attack from the southern end, and he's going to bowl to Stephen Pascal, 134 not out. Yeah, we see looking to pull that ball going across him. So we see in last few overs, which is understandable. We're probably looking to take a little more chance.
I think Pascal playing for the one that comes in, but this one went away. Again, picking up another easy single. Score moves on to 209.
Yeah, that delivery, pitching outside the leg stump coming over the wicket there. Just seemed to probably get some bat on it. was on move.
Well fielded there by Murray.
Which have been a very strong reply by the Dominica team. Two more runs as Toussaint stroked this one nicely through the covers. The cover fielder on the boundary had some running to do to his right. So two more, 211. That completes another over bowled by Francis. He has now bowled 5 overs. None for 26.
Certainly has bowled well, Francis. Really not able to pick up the wickets. You need him to be a bit penetrative. But in the context of the match, I think he has bowled well. He has been able to move the ball both ways, as we see. Just needs to maybe hit a more consistent line and length and allow the ball to assist in picking up wickets.
So we're coming down to the end of this encounter. Kevin Bartholomew we'll see for the first time in this game. It's about medium pace. So that's 14 extras in the inning so far. That's wide signal there by the umpire.
Again, another misfield. The Dominican total moves up to 213 without loss. Really an emphatic performance by them, and they've been very dominant.
Really, all bowlers are put under pressure. Have not allowed any of the bowlers to settle. Once Bartholomew just seemed to be struggling again, wide outside the off stump.
So with some 12.3 overs remaining and 10 runs, the Grenada really up against the 8 ball. This one is powered through the offside. The sweeper comes round and picks up. Oh. Mathematically, they could still be in it. But when you think about reality, they're totally out of it. Not a good place to be. Pascal lifts.
Lovely shot. Just stood up and it's straight back over the bowler's head. And a couple of bounces down to the boundary for 4. Really, and really good position as he stroked this one. Pascal continues to impress. 140 is the score. 219 without loss. And what a batting performance by Dominica.
Well, it does look like batting practice for him out there now, Stefan Pascal. Really nothing threatening him. Just played through the line of that one. Again, the fielder making a dive, but not gathering the ball. Pascal collects another 2 runs. Total moves to 221. So only 3 runs needed. Some 12 overs remaining. It tells you the dominance of these 2 batters throughout this inning, this batting innings. They have 12 overs remain at a chase of 221. It also tells you how well the wicket has played. And it tells you that the Grenadians, they had no response to the batting display.
But it also tells you how good Dominica would have bowled also at 223. Really has been a good all-round performance by the Dominican team. They look more purposeful, much more organized in terms of knowing what they want to do. We have just seen the Pascal just seemingly pull up after that last run there. Just holding the back of his legs. Hope it's nothing serious. Dominica only need 3 more runs for victory. Yeah, let's hope it's nothing too serious. He do have a final game to play tomorrow.
Well, it could be just a bit of cramps. The Spear have batted for 38 overs so far. 1 delivery into the 39th over. That's quite a while to be out there. So just maybe suffering from a bit of cramps.
It has been a tremendous performance, batting display by the Dominica team. And they have maintained a very good run rate. Run rate is 5.77 throughout the inning.
Yeah, certainly the run rate tells you that they never struggled. One will expect that in a chase of over 220 that, the run rate will maybe about 3-4. As the gap is found, and this one goes into the fence. A dominant performance by Dominica. They have crushed Grenada, bringing up a 10-wicket victory in this very important encounter. Dominica really, they performed well with bat, with ball, all-round performance, and this is a fitting way for them to just ease themselves further ahead in the points table. Definitely the sort of performance that you want. They started well and they are ending on a high note.
Yeah, it has been a tremendous all-round performance by the Dominica team, and as you said, I think you used the right word, had been a crushing defeat for the Grenada team. Would have thought 223. You would have felt that Dominica still had to fight to make it, even though we know that the wicket has been playing well. But to get to 225 without loss really it shows the mettle, it shows how strong mentally and otherwise the Dominica team is. And as I said before, they would have showed it in their bowling display. When I had a chance to look at the wicket this morning when it started, and that wicket looked really, really good for batting. And I was making the point that none of the teams should fall under maybe 250, even 300. And Grenada lost an early wicket, but despite that, they batted well. The Murray brothers came in the middle and really was building things nicely. And it still looked as though they probably could have get up to that sort of total. But again, a lot of credit has to go to the quality of the bowling of the Dominica team. You could see that they had a plan. They were set out really to do well on a wicket which looked good, which they did, and came back in the batting and really confirmed, cemented their position in terms of what they would have set out to do during this day, and came out with a really tremendous victory. You know, really all credit has to go to the team, the captain and the team who would have led from in front.
Yeah, really a good, strong performance there from the captain. And leading from the front, doing a really good job.
So it's nothing much to say in terms of the batting, more than just to say that Stephen Pascal 142 not out, Darren Toussaint 68 not out, scored 225 without loss, 38.3 overs have been bowled, and Francis finished it with none for 30, and also Bartholomew just coming on none for 10, but really has been a battle for the Grenada team today. And all credit goes to Dominica, who have treated tremendously well and winning this game by 10 wickets.
So it's going to be a wrap for us here at the Progress Park. Again, Dominica with a crushing win over Grenada in their penultimate encounter. One more round of games tomorrow, where Dominica, they will take on St. Lucia, and Grenada, they will take on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So from us here at the Progress Park, we're going to see you tomorrow, where Grenada will face up against St. Vincent and the Grenadines.